Oh, sorry guys. Um, Hopefully I think the stream is working. Um, Apologies. Hey Ali, hope you're doing well. Hello everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. No Germany. I've sort of replaced the German players with Spanish players. I just think that the matchup's a little bit tougher. And to be honest, look, I think the right way to go about it is to go German players, maybe even Pedro Neto. But I've decided to not go for German players, and I've decided to go for Spanish players. A little bit of vibes, to be honest. I won't recommend it. Don't try it at home. But we're going with Spain and some Spanish players, to be completely honest with you. So let's see. Another thing too is there's going to be a Spanish press conference at 7:45. I will keep a special eye open out for that, and hopefully we can get you guys some more information as well. And I'm just going to quickly post out a tweet as well. So do excuse me for a few seconds. Um, yeah, so the most important thing today, I think, when it comes to Spain is that we're actually expecting a Spanish press conference at 7:45 p.m. UK time. So that's obviously 15 minutes before the deadline. Hopefully, us, trying to use that information, we can potentially get a little bit more insights on the Spanish national team lineup. One thing I also want to show you guys is that we actually have a photo of the Spanish team that played today in training that apparently won. And it looks very similar to what I think could be a Spanish sort of national team lineup for today. So I will quickly try and get that up for you guys so you guys can have a quick look at what the projected lineup will be. Let me just get the photo out. Apologies. So just quickly go on Twitter for a second. Uh, okay, I don't think. Okay, oh no, this is the Feminina. Actually, I think I have shared it anyways on my own profile, so we can just go through for that. Um, yeah. So today, I hope you guys can see this photo, but you might not be able to see all of it. Let me just quickly walk you through the players inside this photo. So you can see Grimaldo. Oh, and sorry, let's just add Ferran Torres as well. So Ferran Torres is in the photo. Now, this could very well be the Spanish lineup for tomorrow. The only thing that surprises me is that Alex Ramiro is here over David Raya. So some people are actually thinking that Alex Ramiro could play ahead of Raya, which I think is a bit surprising as well, to be honest. I tend to think that Raya might actually be the one who starts. But goalkeepers and changing goalkeepers, in my opinion, doesn't change too much, to be honest. So I don't think that's going to be a shock if Raya suddenly plays. But I would definitely not go for the Raya punt now because of this information. Now, the reason why I think this photo is actually quite interesting is because this is Navas, our right back. Our left back, Grimaldo, is here. We have two center backs, Laporte, and keep in mind that Nacho was unfortunately injured in training a couple days ago, so he's been on individual training. In fact, today I saw the photos from the Spanish national team training, and we saw Nacho training by himself once again with another sort of physio. The other center back that's here is Vivian, who's pictured right next to Laporte. He's right between Joselu and Olmo. In the midfield, I'm expecting these three players to play. So Zubimendi is right next to Oyarzabal. He's going to be our defensive mid replacing Rodri. We also have Dani Olmo, who usually plays as a 10 for us. And then we have Fermin Lopez, who is, of course, a young wonder kid from Barcelona. So he could very well play midfield for us. Now, in the front line, I'm expecting Oyarzabal to play on the left, Joselu in the central sort of striking position, Ferran Torres as our right winger, and as I said, of course, Dani Olmo as our 10. So this is potentially really our Spanish national team lineup tomorrow, which I think is so interesting. So that's the lineup. I'm going to crop it again and we'll quickly go back to my team. And because of this, I'm not even joking. I'm genuinely considering a punt on Olmo. And that's why you don't see Musiala within my team. I think you should go Musiala. You should go Gundo. And if you don't want to back the Spanish B team, that's fine. But I'm Spanish. I wanted to take a chance to go triple Spanish players, so I've landed on this draft. If you don't want to go for this draft, that's fine with you. As I said, I'm not telling you that this is the way to go, but this is how I'm doing it. Now, going back to questions in chat, because of course, questions in chat are what we're here for. Omer says, do you think Oyarzabal has a decent chance to play 90 minutes? In my opinion, probably not. I'd say probably 60, 70 minutes plus feels safe, but anything beyond that is a little bit risky because I think it's possible, of course, you can see things like additional substitutions, right? For example, you can see Williams and Pedri and even Yamal play 20, 30 minutes. But in my opinion, the fixture is very good. You know, Albania, yes, of course, Albania have scored, but they have also shown to be very fragile in defense. So I do really like the idea of taking Olmo and Oyarzabal within my team. As far as someone asking why Grimaldo, personally, I think Grimaldo will take much more set pieces compared to Jesus Navas. I think that they will split corners. I think Grimaldo will take left-sided corners. I think Navas will take right-sided corners. Now, if you remember, some of our corner routines have changed. Recently, we have tried Yamal and Williams on one corner flag, and they just sort of do a 1-2, your sort of FIFA-friendly corner routine, and then someone does something spectacular. Now, I don't think our players are capable of executing that within the wing positions, so I do think that we will go back to traditional fullback corners, which will mean Grimaldo Navas. Now, in terms of free kicks, I actually think because Grimaldo is so good at free kicks that we will probably allow Grimaldo to be on free kicks. I think Grimaldo and Oyarzabal are nailed. I think there's still a little bit of risk with Olmo, but I'm prepared to take that risk. I think Navas is much safer. So if you want to triple up on Spain, in my opinion, the best triple up and the safest triple up is Oyarzabal, Grimaldo, Navas. But I would like to take some risks, and I'd like to go for Dani Olmo. Now, in terms of other questions like Frimpong over Mela, I just decided to go Van Dijk. I didn't really want to double up on the Dutch defense. I still think Austria is a pretty strong team. I have no idea whether Frimpong's minutes will be good or not, so I wanted to go Van Dijk over, let's say, Frimpong. Is Musiala still a good pick? Of course he's a good pick. As I said, I have a little bit of a natural bias towards Spain. I'm Spanish. I have a captaincy anyways as Sobo. If we get the lineup in 45 minutes and Sobo's starting, Sobo will be there. If Sobo, for example, is benched, for whatever reason, we're just going to move around. Someone's saying for fan team, would you go Ferran or Jota? Should be both on pens. I don't think Ferran Torres is on penalties at all, my friend. I think Oyarzabal is more likely to take penalties. Oyarzabal actually has an incredible penalty record. And that's also why I really like Oyarzabal. I actually think that he's got a little bit higher pen share compared to, let's say, other people like Ferran and Olmo. Now, Joselu is probably the only other player who I think has good pen share. No middle start. Yep, I've gone Neuer instead. Would you play 2 German mid, Gundo Musiala? Of course I would consider it. Any reason for 0 Portugal? I just really thought that there would be a lot of issues. I also changed Trippier as well because of the Trippier doubt. I think there was a Daily Mail article that came out that Trippier apparently is suffering with his fitness, so I've moved to Guehi. Now, as far as the question, going back to the point that someone was asking, which was, 0 Portugal, I just think that I find it a lot tougher to decide what exactly is going to happen to the Portuguese team. Whether Ronaldo will start, whether Bruno will start is something that still eludes me a little bit. I think Roberto Martinez is a little bit more tricky with tactical formations. You see sometimes João Felix as a fullback, things like that. So I really don't know how much Portugal rotate, but I really am comfortable that Spain's going to rotate. Dani Olmo should be starting, as far as I understand, but of course it's a risk that he may of course come from the bench. Is Van Dijk the safer option? In my opinion, yes, for the minutes. Are people still in FPL mode picking fullbacks and not center backs for ball recoveries? I mean, I've got Guehi here, but I mean, look at Cucurella playing for Spain versus Italy. He got 15 ball recoveries. So it's not always the case that you're seeing that only center backs can get ball recoveries. Now, for example, you think Virgil van Dijk might be one of the best center backs in the world. He's only actually had, I think, 10 ball recoveries in the last 2 matches. So whilst we've had some crazy aberrations, like for example Sutalo 12 ball recoveries 1 match, Akanji 11 ball recoveries 1 match, it's not always the case that every single center back is always going to get a lot of ball recoveries. For example, Stones, has been pretty quiet with the ball recoveries. Spain, you could even argue the style of play maybe isn't very conducive to ball recoveries. I think it of course prioritizes almost the faster center backs to get ball recoveries too. Do I really believe in Harry Kane? Yeah, I mean, it's Harry Kane. Jota, Fernandes, I'd probably go with Jota because I'm not really sure about Fernandes' minutes. Any thoughts on Xavi Simons? I think he's interesting, but the fixture is tough. You were scared I wasn't going live, Connor? Well, you're scared no more. Why Olmo over Musiala? I'm just Spanish. I wanted a little bit of a punt to go with Spanish players, and that's it. What is my take on Mbappe starting? I really think that he can start, and I think because the Poland fixture is so juicy, I'd like to take the chance to sort of punt on Mbappe, and that's why I'm on Mbappe. Why Szoboszlai over Musiala? I just think that Sobo has, more I mean, I think it's close, right? I just think that his minutes will be a little bit more because obviously Germany could, rotate quite early. To be fair, and another point to mention too is I just think Sobo is. I mean, this game is so important for Sobo. It's the easiest fixture of the group so far for Sobo, and hopefully his sort of talismanic traits will come through. As obviously he is on a lot of things that can get you avenues towards fantasy points. Is Depay a good pick? I'd honestly say probably not. I've been pretty unimpressed with Depay so far. I think the fixture's a little bit tough. I think there are better forwards to go for. No June 26 defenders in your team. I'm not really sure why that matters. Am I using my wild card? No, this is the limitless. I've got one German. It's Manuel Neuer. Important game for Ericsson, 100%. That's why, but the reason why I'm going Sobo is because I also need a captaincy for today. So that's why I've gone Sobo. No Germany attackers. Yeah, that's correct. I've actually gone more for Spain. But as I said, I've got a little bit of a domestic bias. I am Spanish, so hence the bias. Yeah. Best three forwards on Limitless. I still think it's Kane, Mbappe, Lukaku, but I don't mind Kane, Mbappe, Griezmann. I don't mind Griezmann at all. Barella, Sob or Ericsson. I'd definitely go Sob or Ericsson. I don't really think Barella's one of the better shouts for this game. Unfortunately versus Croatia. Please, any thoughts about Nuno Mendes? I think Nuno Mendes could actually get rotated. He started 2 games already. So why can't we see, for example, why can't we see Dalot and Semedo play, for example? Pedro Neto, I think, is a great shout. No Bruno. I don't know. I'm not sure about his minutes. DeMarco, I believe, is injured. I don't think he's injured necessarily, but he has a knock, and I'm not sure he's going to be included for this game. So I think it's pretty risky to go DeMarco, considering it's already a pretty tough game. If I was not Spanish, would I go Musiala? Probably yes. Oyarzabal plus Ferran Torres. ¿Qué te parece? Yeah, I like it, Samuel. I think very good pick. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with Ferran Torres, but to be honest, I think the only thing I'll say about Ferran Torres is as a winger, he's probably a little bit more assist dominant, not going to have that many goals. So I'd probably prefer some of the other forwards. If Ferran Torres was a midfielder, I'd probably go for Ferran Torres over Olmo, if I'm being honest. Grimaldo, I'm pretty sure he starts, but this is just my expectation. I'm expecting a big rotation in Germany, not at all. I think Germany will go 11 for 11 the same. Kukureya, I think, will get rotated. Anish, how has your team changed so much? I've used the limitless chip. Is Cancelo a smart choice? I think he could get rotated, so I'd probably say no. Dallo or Semedo, I'd still probably go Dallo. Who is a better pick out of the 2 Spanish lads? I'd say Oyarzabal. I don't know whether Raya starts. I have one German in my team. It's Manuel Neuer. Do you think both Neto and Jota will start? I do think Neto and Jota should start, yeah. Probably both left wing and center forward. But of course, there's Goncalo Ramos as well. So that could be a small risk. You're leaving the unlimited for 1/4 wildcard semi. You're taking a gamble on Bruno, Ronaldo, Mbappe playing. Fair enough. How does the game format work in the group stage? Do you mean in the knockout stage or do you mean the group stage, Gabriel? Opinion on double French defense. I think it's very strong. I've got double French defense. Should I play Havertz? I mean, I think his minutes are a little bit low, on the low side, of course. So if you're not worried about that, then you can go Havertz. 2 safe French defenders to start. I'd probably go Theo Hernandez and Upamecano, probably. How does the game format work in the group stage? I mean, this is the group stage, so you get to rotate subs. You get to manually sub players in. Grimaldo, Carvajal. I don't see Carvajal starting. I actually think Jesus Navas is most likely going to start. Mela should start. Yep, I don't think that I'm worried about that. Sane over Bellingham. You can go Sane, but I think the German lineup will come out, and I think the German lineup will actually include no changes. So I actually think that it's very likely what we'll see is Wirtz, Musiala, Gundo once again. And obviously no room for that. Fan team, both mid, Jota or Oyarzabal. I mean, it depends on your strategy, but I'd probably go Oyarzabal. Oh, sorry, you said fan team. Yeah, I'd probably go Oyarzabal at this point because I think he's got better pen share than Jota. You think Raya starts? I'm not actually sure because the training photo actually had Alex Ramiro, and I think there's a little bit of doubt on Raya, so I don't think it's really worth it. Is Fernandes Mins not predictable? I think that if Portugal are going to rotate, it's not predictable. Is Musiala a better pick than Olmo? He probably is, because I think his minutes could be a little bit better. Conceição is a bit of a threat to Neto too. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously an interesting pick, but I think he's going to be more of a central sort of, like, he could actually be like a Bruno replacement pick, no? Why Guecki and not Trippier? There was a little bit of doubt over Trippier and his availability, because apparently he's been still suffering from the calf injury that he suffered within the Premier League season. So it seems like Trippier's inclusion within Matchday 3 is a little bit up in the air. Gundo plus Musiala or Saka plus Bellingham. I'd probably go Gundo plus Musiala personally. Am I confident for double Spain midfield? Look, I'm Spanish, so that's why I've gone there. Why do you think Teo has more chances to start over Koundé? Because they have the same amount of minutes played. Okay, it's not about safety, to be honest. I've gone for Teo Hernandez because I just think he's a better player in terms of fantasy points potential. Why do you not play Musiala and or Gundo? I've preferred the Spanish midfielders over them, and I've also preferred Sobo. Does Yamal Spain get minutes? I think it's likely that he'll come off the bench. I don't see us sort of risking Yamal for no reason. Trossard or Foden? I'd probably go Foden. Suggest two defenders. I mean, look at my own defense, I suppose. Can I do a wildcard team? We could definitely look at a wildcard team after the German lineups come out. I'd just rather have the German lineups, and I'd rather have the Hungarian lineup. So we can talk about that in probably around 30 minutes. Mela or Van Dijk? I actually quite like Mela. The goal scoring odds for Mela were really good, so that's why I'm pretty high on Mela. Why no Germany midfield or attacker? I just simply prioritize some of the other picks. I also think that Switzerland are a pretty tough game, probably the toughest game in their group. I never said Neto is a Bruno replacement. I'm not really sure what you're saying. Or are you responding to someone else? I've never said Neto is a Bruno replacement. I literally said Conceição is a Bruno replacement. Potentially. I mean, I know Conceição is a bit more of a right winger, but I can still sort of see him playing central, if that makes sense. Because if you think about the position that he took when he was a substitute in that game, I think what they actually did, like in the game one, right? You sort of moved Cancelo right, and you sort of had Conceição just within a central sort of box position. Why Mela? Serbia's a tough opponent. Just attacking threat for these players, to be honest. Because obviously there are centre-backs who obviously possess less attacking threat and obviously have better clean sheet odds. But at the flip side, I think is Mela and Van Dijk are pretty attacking players. Kane scored last game. He won't be going anywhere. I'm not worried about Kane. But yeah, I think we could still see Conceição right wing, Neto left wing. And I guess let's have a look at the Portuguese squad as well. I don't think there's a natural Bruno replacement. Is probably the first answer. But I can see. Well, I mean, I guess it would be potentially. Maybe we could actually see João Neves, I guess, but he's just a defensive midfielder. So you could see probably maybe no 10s, maybe a bit of a 4-3-3 potentially as well. It's a bit weird because obviously you don't have the same sort of profile, so I just don't think there's a natural placement for Bruno. You could probably just change formation, play 4-3-3. Maybe he could play again, but I also don't see the need to sort of play him more than 60 minutes within this match. So that's interesting. You've obviously got Nunez as well, to be fair. But yeah, I guess there's just a lack of players who would sort of naturally play within that position. 3-4-3. Ake or Van Dijk. I'd still probably go Van Dijk for the overall threat from corners. Salah says your X-Sign subs, Donnarumma, Teo Hernandez, Guecki, Mela. I'm not sure if I love Mwene, to be honest. I know it's a differential, and I know you love differentials, but I probably wouldn't go Mwene. Grimaldo, because Mwene's sort of minutes within the Austrian team, I think, are a little bit suspect. I do like the other picks, though. Gulero obviously has a little bit of risk, I suppose, but I really think he's going to start this final match. It probably makes more sense for Turkey to actually play him and start him in this match. The rest of the squad looks very good. Obviously, if you want to go Varga as well, have too many options. Portugal, I do think have too many options, and I also think that What happened to German players? Please respond. I've already told you that I prefer the Spanish players just because I'm a little bit biased to be honest. I still think the German players are amazing. If Fulkrug starts, I don't think Fulkrug will start. If you had to go with another Netherlands defender, I'd probably actually go Dumfries to be honest, because I think that he's gonna start. But Mbappe will play. I don't know, but I'm gonna put you in timeout because no spamming in the chat, please. I think Mbappe will play, but I think it's a risk. But I'm happy to take Mbappe as a risk. Sobo is not injured. We will very likely see him within the starting lineup. He unfortunately has not been in training because Sobo is basically overloaded. Frimpong, I think, is interesting, but I, once again, don't think he's necessarily nailed to start for the Dutch team. How many points am I on? 123. Gakpo for a punt. I don't really mind him as a punt, but of course, keep in mind the fixture's pretty tough. Will you change your team after German lineups? Potentially, but I think I'll only change my team if there's a surprise Sobo benching. I don't really see myself changing my team. I'd like to go triple Spain if I can. Why not Olmo to Musiala and double up on Spanish defense? I mean, if I double up on Spanish defense, I'm not really sure who I would drop. Maybe I guess I would drop Van Dijk, potentially. I could consider that as well, to be fair. Maybe I'll go Navas. But I tend to think that, aren't you chasing Germany points? What do you mean by chasing Germany points? I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Mailer, Jesus Navas, I'd probably go Mailer. I would actually go Mailer over Van Dijk as well. So, I mean, if I was to, let's say, drop one of the players in my team, I think I'd probably drop, all things being said, I think I'd drop Virgil van Dijk because I think Austria actually look quite good. Why not prefer Dumfries to Van Dijk? Just for the goal threat that Van Dijk has and also ball recoveries as a center back. Mailer risk of suspension. Why not middle start? I mean, why does risk of suspension even matter? Because he's going to play for Matchday 3. Do you think Trent Alexander-Arnold will start still? I really don't know. I'm not really quite sure about it. No German midfielder, you're impressed? I mean, we'll see what happens. Did I use Limitless? Yes, I did. I mean, Rodri was suspended in my team. I had Bruno Fernandes and Cristiano Ronaldo, who I think, can be rotation doubts, I suppose. I had no Mbappe as well, and I really want to punt on Mbappe because I think it seems like he could start versus a really weak Poland team, unfortunately. At the same time, I wanted to go back into Sobo. Didn't want to have Kvaratskhelia anymore, and I wanted to change my goalkeepers around as well. How come no Musiala or Gundo? I very well could go for one of them. What's my final verdict on Musiala versus Gundo? I think I'll go Musiala. Mbappe will not play. I mean, we'll see what happens, Alex. I think there's actually a pretty high chance that he could play. Why do you say he won't play? Surely Stones is more attacking threat than Guehi. Yeah, but he has nowhere near the sort of ball recoveries as Guehi at all. And I don't think that Stones has that much vast goal threat. I don't exactly see where Stones has that much more goal threat. Obviously, the XG per 90 during the domestic Premier League season was pretty good overall for Stones, but it was really nothing special. I believe his combined XGI was less than 0.1 per 90. So if someone is going to be a lot better at ball recoveries, which so far, just even stylistically watching Guehi and Stones play, Guehi being so much more active for ball recoveries, I just think that Guehi is quite far clear of Stones, to be honest. If anything, I'd rather go Walker, but how come I changed Olmo for Musiala? Well, I'm Spanish, want to back some of my players, and that's pretty much what it is. And I also think that the Spanish lineup seemingly was revealed today. Differential pick other than Mwene, I think Mela is probably one of them. But actually, I don't know if you had Mela ready, so let me just quickly check your team again. You've got Mela ready. I'd probably actually say differential pick. You can just go Jesus Navas potentially, because it's not like you're tripled up on Spain, right? So why not just go for? You could potentially go double Spain. You could even go another French defender because a lot of people just have Teo Hernandez. You could just get another one too. Do we know who Spain and Portugal would play in the round of 16? I mean, Spain is, I think, in the projected bracket. Let me just quickly have a look at that one more time. So apparently the Dutch football magazine predicts Frimpong to start. But I don't think that's enough information for me because obviously football magazine is hard to say. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm just going to quickly look at the projected round of 16 fixtures. So I believe we're projected to... I mean, we're projected to meet Germany in the quarterfinals because, I mean, based on the projected bracket now, it seems like Germany are actually going to face off against Denmark, but I think it seems like we're going to play Slovakia, but I'm not 100% sure about that right now because obviously things will inevitably change. We will obviously come out of our group, but the position in terms of the sort of third place team from Group E is still in doubt. So we'll see what happens, obviously, with Group E because things can change. Right now, I believe Romania is first, Belgium second, Slovakia third. But obviously, if Belgium win, we could very well see Spain play Romania, and then or still it could be Slovakia once again. So we'll see what happens. Um, but even Ukraine have a shout of sort of getting into some of the positions. Reckon Ferran will play. I think we'll definitely play Ferran. Why Soboslai? I just preferred him overall for the minutes compared to some of the other German players. I've gone for the punts for the Spanish players because I think we've got an easier fixture compared to the other German midfielders. And I think these are the Spanish midfielders that will start. What are your thoughts on Fulkrug? I mean, I don't think he's even going to start today. You said something about Spain almost confirming the lineup today. Yeah, let's go through that one more time. You're not going Germany when we get a confirmed team. I mean, I think the only thing that will change my team is if we get potential news on Sobo, as in he's not starting, which for me would be a massive shock. This is the project. This was actually a training photo from Spain today, from the sort of selection. And if you can see here, I mean, you might not recognize the faces, but this is basically going to be Navas, Grimaldo, Vivian, Laporte as our defense with Alex Ramiro as our goalkeeper, Ferran Torres, Oyarzabal, Joselu as our sort of triple. Attack in the midfield, we have Zubimendi, Olmo, and Fermin Lopez as well. Eriksen is also a great pick as well. I just personally preferred Sobo a little bit more. Why Virgil van Dijk over Dumfries? I mean, I don't really understand. Do you think that Virgil van Dijk doesn't have attacking threat, or what's the sort of point here? Because I think he can also get recoveries more so than Dumfries. Virgil van Dijk is probably one of the best aerials in the world. I won't trust that Ramiro starts over Raya either. I don't think it's absurd, but I think, yeah, I would still pick Raya to start over Ramiro, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ramiro starts because I don't think the game necessarily matters. Why I went with Olmo, as I said, I think he's predicted to start. And previously, I was less confident in Olmo starting because I think that him and Alex Baena from Villarreal probably were both in contention to play the sort of 10 spot for Spain. Is Mbappe playing? I mean, it's not confirmed. I'm just going for Mbappe because I think the risk of missing out on Mbappe is not really worth the downside. Three of these percentage starting: Koundé, Frimpong, Dalot. I'd probably say Koundé 100, Frimpong. I'd probably say 70%. Dalot, I'd say probably 100%. Baena not starting. Yeah, it seems like based on this photo that he wouldn't start. Tiggy, you're backing Spain. Malaga promoter was actually massive as well. I have a friend, Ahmed, who's actually a moderator of the channel. He's also a huge Malaga fan, so he watched Malaga get promoted yesterday. Also appreciate you shouting people out to like the stream. Thank you as well for watching the content and appreciate the backing of Spain as well. Is Trippier out? I wouldn't say Trippier's out, but there's a pretty high doubt, obviously, on Trippier's fitness. You debated between Musiala and Gundo. Why not play one of them instead of Sobo? I mean, if I'm debating between Musiala and Gundo, it clearly shows that I probably cared about them the least in my draft, right? So if that follows in terms of logic. Eriksen against Serbia, or do you suggest any other mid from Denmark? I don't think there's any other mid from Denmark I'd really go for. How am I going to... Why do you need to substitute defense in 25? I'm not really sure what you're saying. Obviously, I can just change the formation. How many captains can change? You can change a captain once every day. So basically today, tomorrow, the day after, etc., etc. DeMarco doesn't seem like he's actually... ain't no way Albania scores. I mean, I thought Albania wouldn't score against Italy and Croatia, but they've scored both times over. Almost risky minutes, yeah, but I think that can apply to all the Spanish players. And ultimately, I think there's risky minutes as well for the German midfielders too, as in they can be subbed off pretty early as well. Never seen Fran bat away so many questions that are obviously... I'm not banning away any questions. It's just that the questions are just repetitive. Why no Portugal players? I've already discussed this. I think I've got less insight into Portugal. Um, and yeah, DeMarco obviously hasn't been in training as well, so that's not very good news for DeMarco. Plus, it's a tough fixture. Anyways, Ake or Van Dijk. I'd still probably go Van Dijk. Let's see the team. Sure. You don't need to spam chat though, Johnny, so I'm just gonna have to put you in timeout. All right, quickly going back to the team here. Every question has been answered nicely. Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to answer every single question. Please thoughts on a Hungarian defender. I mean, I'd still probably go Kirkes if he's due to start. Would you change to Musiala again if Musiala's in squad? I think Musiala will be in the squad. I mean, Nagelsmann has basically confirmed that the German team won't rotate, if that helps you. Who's the guy on the far right? He has a very muscular leg. Should pick him. That's Ferran Torres from Barcelona. Thoughts behind preferring Van Dijk to Ake? Just personally prefer Van Dijk as an aerial threat. You know, one of the most consistent aerial threats in football, and also he's sometimes on set pieces if Depay's off the pitch. Why Olmo instead of Musiala? I think he's going to start tomorrow, and I'd rather back some Spanish players. But actually, if you look at the goal scoring odds, I've also seen that Olmo has better goal scoring odds than your German midfielders. So that's a little bit of a tidbit there. Super Spurs, great content all season. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And looking forward, of course, to more. But thank you so much for the support. Any news on Mbappe? So he was in a closed indoor training yesterday, I think, with another German side yesterday. Had 2 goals, 2 assists. Completely irrelevant stat. But the most important thing, I think, is that he's actually playing football. So we very well could see him. Musiala or Dani Olmo? Look, if you don't want to back double Spain midfield, that's fine. Just go Musiala. What's my current rank? I believe like 500,000. What would be the nailed England defenders? I think Guehi's nailed. The Trippier news is a bit of a weird one because I think you could very well see Joe Gomez left back and then maybe just Walker right back once again with Stones. So I would say Stones, Pickford, Guehi are probably nailed. Walker most nailed, and then actually a little bit of doubt in the left back position. I'd say probably Joe Gomez if Trippier's out, but that's a bit risky now. Frimpong or Van Dijk, yeah, I think if you want to take the attacking punt on the better attacker, you can go for it. But I mean, part of the reason why I've gone for Van Dijk too is because he's a center back, right? And he can get ball recovery points in a tough game. Firmino or Ferran differential, I think I'd go for Fermin Lopez because I prefer midfielders than other attackers. Unfortunately, Ferran Torres is a forward. Any news related to Ronaldo? He hasn't scored. Is there a chance? I'm sure there's always a chance that he'll start versus Georgia, which is the issue, of course. DeMarco looks like he can play against Croatia as he is fit for training today. It's only a minor bruise. I think that's fair, but at the same time, I'm probably not that keen on that fixture anyway. So if there's any doubt, I'd rather go for some other players, which is sort of why I've not gone for DeMarco in the end. How do I rank the German midfielders? I think Musiala, Gundo, the same. And then Wirtz a little bit worse as a pick. Sane, I don't think is going to start today based on the news that I've read. So obviously, unfortunately, there's nothing else to talk about in terms of German midfielders. Any news about Trent? Is Trent out? Obviously, I think the Trent experiment in the midfield hasn't worked so well, but there still could be a chance you could see Trent starting in the right back position if it seems like Walker is really struggling with his own personal fitness. I think that might be pretty unlikely, so I do think Trent is in a pretty doubtful position. Would Griezmann play? I think Griezmann will play 100%. What do you think about Lobotka? I do think he'll play, and once again, obviously, he's a key player for his country, so I think he's definitely a pick to look for, especially, excuse me, for Slovakia. Jota plus Olmo or Ferran plus Neto? I'd probably actually go... Oof, tough question. I'd probably go Jota plus Olmo. Gulakshi better than Castillo's Magnan? I don't know about that, to be honest. I think I'd still probably go for Magnan for sure. Have you activated Limitless? Yep, this is already my Limitless draft. Best English defender to pick. I actually think the safest one is probably just going to end up being Guehi because he's so good at ball recoveries as well. Are the Spanish players a risk whether they'll start? Obviously, there's a risk. What do you think of going for Højbjerg? I don't think there's any issues with going for Højbjerg, but I mean, it's going to be a bit of a tougher game. I'd imagine he has less chances, oddly, I guess, to sort of take pot shots like he did versus England. I just think it's an overall tougher game for him. So I'm not expecting too much from Højbjerg. And obviously, he's a deeper player, so unless he really gets man of the match, it's hard to see sort of Højbjerg being that impactful. I'd much rather pick, an Eriksen, for example. But I appreciate there's a price difference as well. What do you think? What do you think about Italian punts like Donnarumma or Calafiori? I don't think there's anything wrong with them. I think you can totally expect Croatia to sort of put some more pressure on Italy, but of course Donnarumma is a very good shot stopper, as we sort of looked at with this sort of saves per 90 stat. He's much better than most of the goalkeepers in the tournament. And then Calafiori, of course, I mean his role within the with the Italian national team can change a little bit if DeMarco's out, but I think maybe DeMarco can play. I still think there's a small risk, and otherwise Calafiori, of course, has been very good for ball recoveries, so nothing really wrong with either. Any news on Mbappe? He played an indoor friendly yesterday, so I think there's decent chances of him starting. I would just like to take the punt that Mbappe starts, so therefore I've gone with him. Your central screen is a bit too to the right. Yeah, sorry, of course. I haven't fixed it because I was showing the previous lineup. Apologies. Good spot. Why not Jota? I prefer some of the other forwards, and that's pretty much it. The rumors say DeMarco is dropped and Cambiaso starts. I'm not sure if I trust that necessarily. So I guess what are we assuming here? We're assuming that Di Lorenzo drops back, and then maybe, let's say, Cambiaso plays in a bit more of an aggressive position, and then Calafiori plays left. Is that the assumption here? Lineups in around 18 minutes, so that's pretty cool. If you guys can like the video as well, that'd be really helpful. And if you guys could subscribe as well, I'd really appreciate that. 781 of you guys here. That's amazing. Thank you guys for joining as well. Why did I check Trippier out? Unfortunately, those Trippier news apparently with the fact that he's been suffering with his calf injury in training, and maybe, of course, there's a small doubt that Trippier might not be able to play for England. What do you think about Albania players? Look, I'm Spanish, so you're speaking to the wrong person. I'm also expecting them to not do very well. You have two goalkeepers with high percentage clean sheets. Start Neuer and pick Koundé and Hernandez instead of Magnan. What do you think? Start Neuer and pick Koundé and Hernandez instead of Magnan. Are you saying that I should just drop one of my... Oh, you mean like drop Van Dijk or something like that? Oh, are you basically saying that I actually have really good clean sheet odds anyway, so I might as well just play one of the, for example, I don't know, French defenders ahead of, let's say, Magnan? I kind of get what you're saying. I've gone for Van Dijk, though, because obviously I think compared to most center backs, he's got an additional attacking threat as well. Spanish goalkeeper confirmed at all? I don't think so. I think the Romero photo, of course, you know, that puts a lot of doubt into Raya, but I really can't call it either way. Foden or Simons, I'd probably go Foden still. Guehi or Cancelo, I'd probably go Guehi because I think Cancelo could be rotated. What do you think about Patrick Schick? He's unfortunately injured, isn't he not? Do you think Oyarzabal will start? I think he will. What do you think about Albanian players? I'm expecting them to hopefully get trampled by Spain just because I'm Spanish. How do you feel about Frimpong this match day? I think there's small risks with him starting, but it seems like most of these sort of Dutch news outlets think he'll start. Obviously great if he starts in a right wing position, but you know, there's a small risk there, and I'd rather go for Van Dijk in that situation. What do you think about Saliba over Mela? I'm totally fine with you going Saliba over Mela. You feel the best Netherlands defender is their GK Verbruggen? Could be. Why did I remove the Musiala? Because I've gone for Dani Olmo. Sobo not starting. I think Sobo should start. I can't see why he wouldn't. I know Sobo has missed training, but that's purely because of an overload. I really think he'll still start. But if he doesn't start, then obviously we just simply move on to Musiala, and that's it. Two best Spanish defenders. I'd probably go Grimaldo Navas, or you can go Grimaldo Vivian as well. I already explained the Musiala piece. Not sure about Kane. If you're not sure about Kane, then don't go for Kane. Why Olmo? Do you think he'll play an attack? Yeah, I think he'll play as a 10 for us. Will Mbappe play? I hope so. That's sort of the sort of punt that I've taken, at least. Monet, thank you so much for the super chat. Is there a message that you wanted to drop as well? Appreciate you supporting, and thank you for the first super chat. But if you had a message to ask, I can see that it's been retracted. If you just let me know what your questions are. What about Jota? I think, unfortunately, because he's a forward, I'm not that intrigued in Jota, but I think he's still a good pick. Clearly, because of the Portugal goal scoring odds for, not even odds really, but just the team goals projected for Portugal are extremely high. You don't need to ask Jota every second, Johnny. You can go for Jota if you want. There's nothing wrong with Jota. Germany defender too risky. I don't think it's risky at all. We'll get the lineup for Germany. I've just decided to go for Neuer. Will Raya play? I really don't know. I think we saw Alex Romero pictured in training today for Spain, so not quite sure about Raya. You're sorry to spam, but if you use your 2 free transfers, can you still use Limitless? Yeah, of course, but your 2 free transfers won't count anyways, plus we have a wild card in the round of 16. Are we sure that Mbappe is playing? I'm not sure, but I'd rather take the punt that he plays than him not playing. What about Ferran Torres? He's a forward, which is sort of why I've neglected him. Is Walker nailed? I think he should be. You've got both chips left. That's fine. I think you can either use one of the chips now, as in limitless now, or you can actually just use both chips in the knockouts if you really want to. If your team looks strong, of course. Musiala instead of Olmo, I think you can definitely do that. Better clean sheet options than Van Dijk. Yeah, but I'm not only picking Van Dijk for clean sheet options. Bruno or Neto, I'd probably actually go Neto just because I think highly likely that he gets involved. Thank you for your guidance so far. Fran currently 27k. That's awesome, Valentina. Congratulations. Thoughts on Kirkez? I think he's decent, but of course, you know, Hungarian goal scoring odds aren't very good at all. So you must think that Kirkez must be a super attacking player. I probably tend to think he won't be that attacking, so I'm not that interested in him. With Mela, I think it's the fact that he has a lot of goal and assist threat, despite the tougher fixture for Denmark, which is why I've gone for Mela. And also, if you actually look at Mela as well, he's basically played 12 minutes versus Slovenia because he was clearly getting rested. And then in the second match, 6 ball recovers versus England. Very good for a fullback. So I'm pretty high on Mela overall, which is why going towards Matchday 3, I quite like him as a pick. Because obviously you can see that there are some fullbacks who just do absolutely zero sort of defensive work, and that's fine. But Mela is someone who probably will do a lot on both actions. How about Guler? I think he's still a good pick. Will Raya play? I'm not sure about it. To be honest, I saw Ramiro within the training photo for Spain today, so we'll see about that. No Portugal defense. I didn't really want to go for Dallo, but I think Dallo is interesting. So is Upamecano as well. Personally, I think I'd prefer a French defender. Nuno Mendes or also Mendes or Virgil van Dijk. You've got Bruno already. I think Nuno Mendes could actually get rested, right? If you think about it, Monet, because Nuno Mendes actually got, I mean, he played the first 2 matches. Lineups are here. Do we have the lineup? Same lineup for Germany? Yeah, that's exactly what we expected. Do we have the Hungarian lineup as well? I mean, okay, let's have a look at the Hungarian lineup. Or do we only have the German lineup? Yeah, so Germany is obviously Havertz, Wirtz, Musiala, Gundo, Kroos, Andrich, Mittelstadt, Tav, Rudiger, Kimmich, Neuer. No changes. So Neuer's still my team. I'm probably going to keep it like so. Happy to keep the players that I have right now. What do you think about Xavi Simons? I think the issue with Xavi Simons obviously is like slightly reduced minutes, plus the fact that he's actually playing a pretty tough opponent like Austria, who have actually looked pretty solid within the tournament so far. So can I link the lineup? It's just the same as the last 2 days. So, I mean, nothing's changed with Germany. Gakpo, Kane, Griezmann in front. I actually think that's fine. I'm not sure if I love Gakpo, to be honest. Why did I remove Mittelstadt? Because I've got Neuer instead. Hey, Fran, which do you prefer? Neuer and Guecki? Already have Mittelstadt or Pickford and Mela? I'd probably go Neuer and Guecki, personally. Actually, I'd probably go Pickford and Mela. Is Bellingham essential? I don't think anyone really is essential per se. There's so many picks that you can actually go for in international football compared to like a game like FPL. So I'm not going to say anyone's essential at all. Why is Sobo over Musiala captain? I just preferred Sobo because I think his minutes will be better. I think it's a much more important game for Hungary. I think it's a much easier matchup for Hungary compared to all the groups and fixtures that they had this tournament. And for Germany, it's the exact opposite. Probably less important game. And ultimately, if you look at the context for Germany too, this is their toughest matchup so far. Sobo starts. Cool. I think we'll keep Sobo within the team. Guecki or Mittelstadt, I'd probably still go Guecki. I think the clean sheet odds for England are much better. No German players. I've got Neuer, and that's it. Chip active. Yep, Limitless is active. Are Mortal or who are you? Mortal or Feral? What do you mean, Kevin? Good evening. You have no idea what to do with your team now. Why is that, Con? Maybe drop Jota and then you can move on with life. So Spain, Luis de la Fuente is actually having a press conference right now. So I'll actually listen to some of his quotes as well. Just gonna quickly check what the news is when it comes to Spain, if we can actually have um, any sort of indication of that. So I'm just gonna listen to Luis de la Fuente live. Mañana nos jugamos mucho. No, he's basically saying that we should play with pride, um, and to continue improving. But I don't think that really means anything. Like as a coach, you can't say we're trying to lose. I'm going to listen in the back with De La Fuente in the back, but Faze or one with Spain, I'd probably go with Spain. Bruno Fernandes or Dani Olmo, I'd probably still go Dani Olmo. Full Krug and Sané benched. Yeah, this is what we expected. As I said, I don't think Germany were going to rotate because Nagelsmann has already said that he won't. Will Cancelo play? I'm not sure. I think he could very well rotate. Roberto Martinez has already confirmed that they'll rotate. Shaden shared a Luis de la Fuente quote, which stressed me. I really don't think that quote means anything, because if you read it, I mean, he literally said that we're just going to try to win the game. That's it. He hasn't said anything about we're going to play the same players. Why not walk over Guehi? More attacking threat and defensively solid. I mean, Guehi has actually been insane for ball recoveries, which I think is nowhere near. 500 likes for the stream. He will donate 5 memberships. I don't think we're getting there, but I appreciate that, Tiggy. Thanks for the effort. If you guys could like, though, that would be lovely. Hi, Fran. Bruno Çalhanoğlu. I'd probably not. I mean, are there any other picks that you can go for? Maybe some more attacking players for their own respective national teams. No questions, Fran. Just wanted to wish you luck. Advice has been huge. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm really glad that it's paying off. Do you prefer Bellingham or KDB? I think I'd prefer KDB. If not Musiala, then who? We can go Gundo as well. Liking the stream increases the chance of your captain scoring by 10%. Yeah, facts. Middle starter Castagna. I'd probably go middle start personally. I just think he's a much more attacking player than Castagna for their respective national teams. Spanish goalkeeper, I honestly don't know. I can't tell you. I saw Ramiro in training, and I think Raya was actually the person I'd predicted to start, but it seems like it's not the case. Do you think Germany keeps a clean sheet? Clean sheet odds, I think, for Germany are around 36%. So obviously, there's more odds that they'll concede, but I'd say I hope so. What do you think about Ferran Torres? I think he should start. What makes you think Olmo will start? We saw a small photo of the Spanish team training today. It actually had Laporte. So I actually think they could very well be the starting 11 because all of those players were within sort of my predictions outside of Fermin Lopez and Alex Ramiro. Middle starter Castagna, I think I've answered that already, so I think I do prefer middle start. Does Frimpong play? Apparently, there's around 70 to 80% chance that he does start. What are your best 4 captains for each of the days within Matchday 3? Yeah, so obviously today, Sobo, tomorrow, Oyarzabal, 25th of June, Mbappe, 26th of June, Mr. De Bruyne. Dumfries or Frimpong? I'd probably go Dumfries because I'm a little bit safe. But honestly, I mean, if you're gonna have a strong team that isn't gonna rotate too much, I can understand going Frimpong for the attacking threat. Luis de la Fuente is literally he's spending most of this press conference talking about being a good person, which is not very helpful for my fantasy team selection, considering we've got a fair bit to go. But yeah. I'm trying to listen to what Luis De La Fuente said, but still, he's just waffling. Would you consider a defender for the day two captain, Grimaldo, perhaps? Yeah, I'd certainly consider Grimaldo over Orzabal. In fact, actually, I might actually go Grimaldo, to be honest. It's a good point. Someone tell me why people are going Orzabal when he hasn't played. Because Spain is first in their group. Their position in the group will not change, and it's a good chance to rest some players. He's raising his eyebrows a lot, though. Right, yeah, that's helpful. Dallo or Mela, I'd probably go Mela, but obviously keep in mind that Dallo's got much better clean sheet odds. And I think he should be part of the starting players. Almost 1,000. I appreciate that, Justin. Hopefully we can get there at some point in the stream. I'm muted. No, I've just been listening to the Spanish press conference. Love the content. Thank you. Deluxe. Any justification of Guehi over Goat Trippier? Ball recoveries and the Daily Mail article indicating that Trippier is struggling with his calf injury. Koundé, Navas, or Laporte? I'd probably go. Honestly, I think the safest player in terms of minutes is obviously probably going to be Koundé, but I don't mind you going for a Spanish player. And also clean sheet odds, I think, are better for France as well. So -4 to save Limitless. I mean, if you want to save Limitless, go for it. But if you already use Wildcard, I can't see the point of using Limitless right now. I think Limitless will only work in the knockout stages if you've saved both chips. What do you think of Carvajal? I think Navas will play over him. I think we'll rotate still. Best Portugal midfielder? I think the best Portugal midfielder is probably going to be Pedro Neto, just because I think he should get minutes. Saliba as Theo, I think that's, or versus Theo, is that what you're saying? I probably prefer Theo still, just for the attacking threat. Sobo or Eriksson, I'd still go for Sobo. I just think the fixture is probably a little bit nicer, ultimately. And that's it. Any Portuguese defenders? I think Dallo is probably the most interesting Portuguese defender. Why not Kyle Walker for Guehi? You can go Kyle Walker. There's nothing wrong with going Walker. Laporte or Navas? I'd probably still go Navas. Will I still not go for Musiala? I think I'll consider it, but I can't really see wanting to drop Olmo. But I'm going to listen to Luis De La Fuente's press conference. I am already listening to it on the side, and if he says anything that makes me doubt Olmo, I'm going to change that. Germany no change lineup. Musiala, Gundo captain. I'd probably actually go Musiala. What do you think about Foden over Bellingham? I can understand going for Foden if you really want to go for a differential, because I think with Foden too, you could argue maybe he'll be on a couple more set pieces, particularly if Trent is actually not within the starting 11 for England. So I can kind of understand the sentiment of going for Foden. Would Ericsson be in your thoughts if you were to find alternatives on Olmo? Yeah, absolutely. Ericsson would also be in my thoughts. Gundo or Wirtz? I'd probably go Gundo just for better expected minutes. Wirtz tends to be a slightly earlier substitution compared to Gundo, and the same goes for Musiala as well. Musiala and Gundo, I think, have better minutes. Havertz and Wirtz, contrastingly, actually have worse minutes in most game states. Do you think Firmino will start? I actually think he will if we're going to play that rotated team. What do you think about Jota? If he was not a forward, I'd probably go for him. Do you like Xavi Simons as an option? I think because he always tends to be an early substitution. I'm not sure if I love him in a tougher game versus Austria. Have you done your limitless? Yep, this is basically my limitless team. What about Trippier? Daily Mail has basically said that he's struggling with his injury, so I don't want to take the risk on Trippier. Why no Belgian defenders? Honestly, I think there's plenty of options to go for this week, so I've therefore not gone for any Belgian defenders. Can you repeat who has more minutes with Germany? Musiala and Gundo traditionally have more minutes. If you look at Musiala's sort of natural substitution timings, he always plays 80 plus minutes. If you look at, for example, let's say Gundo, I think there's a symptom, of course, of him just being rested because he's an older player. So obviously, with the first two matches being sample size, I think it is more likely that we'll see Havertz and Wirtz continue to be substitutions. And it's also a profile thing, right? No one else has Musiala's profile. You think Bellingham is the best English mid, even though he might get pushed more defensive. Yeah, I actually still do. I mean, as I said, I think Foden's still a worthy shout, particularly if you think that they're going to change things up. Is Castagna a good alternative for Guehi? I honestly don't think so, because I think clean sheet odds for Castagna are pretty low. He doesn't do any ball recovery actions. So he's pretty poor at that compared to all fullbacks within the tournament. Another point to mention too with Castagna is he's just not that attacking for country, which is how I feel about his role within the team. So at that point, I don't really mind going for either a more aggressive attacking fullback like Mela, tactically speaking, or you just go for someone with better clean sheet odds, like, I don't know, maybe a French defender. Lineup is out. Yep. Isaka not a good differential. He's always good differential. Why Sobo? Multitude of options. Mbappe is very likely to be rested. I'm not actually sure if he's likely to be rested. I think, according to what Deschamps has been saying, is that he has actually wanted to get involved. But the plan for Mbappe was always for him to be rested in match day 2. So I've gone for Mbappe because I think he will start. I might be wrong, but I'd rather take the punt that Mbappe is in my team than Mbappe is not. Saka versus Bellingham. I'd still go Bellingham personally for the goal share, but it's up to you. Why no German players, bro? Got Manuel Neuer. What's wrong with that? 1,000 of you guys in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Please do like the stream. It does really help support the channel, and as well as subscribe if you're here and you're not subscribed. However, it's a good shout, but I think his minutes will be a bit poor. And also, I think this is the toughest fixture for Germany so far. So if there was ever a week really to sort of take a punt against Germany, it'd probably be this one. We can get to 500 likes. Absolutely. Actually, Tiggy, I might believe that we could actually get there. So if you guys could like the stream, Tiggy apparently will be giving us 5 donated subs, which is amazing. Even if we don't get there. What's a good team to double up in defense if you're on Limitless? I mean, look, honestly, I would have to say France. I'd have to say England. But at the same time with England, you have to ask yourself the question of how you want to triple up on England, I suppose. Some people obviously just haven't liked what they've seen from England so far from the attacking basis, and I think that's totally fine to say. If you prefer double English defense, I think it's probably the best way to go about it. Same with France. Look, let's be honest, they've put out some pretty negative team selections. I can't see why you don't want to go double France defense as well versus a pretty poor Polish team. However, what I would say about France is I don't really mind the idea of, let's say, going Mbappe plus Griezmann, maybe over Lukaku potentially, because Poland are there for the taking from an attacking point of view. How come no Eriksen? I've decided I preferred Sobo. Sobo also captaincy for today. As I said, I'm listening to the Spanish press conference right now from Luis de la Fuente, and I will definitely have a look at Olmo maybe being a rotation on piece for Eriksen or, let's say, Musiala. As far as the Mbappe suspension threat, I mean, I think what Nagelsmann said yesterday in his press conference is probably the best thing to think about. Nagelsmann literally said that I think it would be quite offensive to his players to be rested just for the purpose of suspension threat. So I think we're overplaying narratives here for sure. Love the Euros content. Kev says thoughts on Coudet. I think absolutely great option. Once again, you're backing one of the best sort of defensive options for this week. Is Nuno Mendes good for this match day? I think he could get rotated because actually Nuno Mendes has played the first 2 matches. He's played a lot of minutes for Portugal. I think we could actually see something like Dallo plus maybe Semedo. What's my chip strategy? Limitless 3, match day 5, wildcard. Gulera's not injured, but he had a knock in training, and that's why he was benched. I think it's more than likely he starts the next match, but it's a risk. Will Mbappe play 100%? Of course, not 100%. I don't know. I don't have any insight into, let's say, Spain, for example. Sorry, I mean, I don't have any insight, for example, into the French national team, but my sentiments are that I think he could very well start, and I'd rather take the punt that Mbappe starts than he doesn't. You have probably been asked this, but best Spanish defender after Grimaldo? I think Navas, probably, if you don't really want to go for a center back. Ready for FPL content, Fan City? Well, it's going to be soon. Considering Pickford slash Upamecano over Maignan plus Guehi. The only thing I'd say is Guehi's ball recovery numbers are absolutely ludicrous. And also, because the clean sheet odds are actually better for France, I don't really mind just having a keeper better clean sheet odds, assuming that also just naturally leads to less saves for the keeper. So I tend to actually like this pairing than the other. Musiala or Sobo captain tonight? I think you can go for Sobo. As I said, I agree with you entirely that the fixture is a little bit tougher for Germany. Is Mbappe going to play? As I said, I'm not sure about it, but I'd rather take the punt that he does play. What's my rank? Around 500,000 right now. Olmo or Oyarzabal? I think I'd go Oyarzabal first because I still think that he's the penalty taker for Spain, particularly if we're going to have a penalty. Unai Simon or Magnan? I don't think Unai Simon will actually start. I actually think he'll get rotated. So for me, it's a risk. Okay, Jesus Navas is literally in the press conference right now answering questions, and I think it's more than likely that he's going to start. So if that gives you a little bit of indication of where things are going. Hey, Mark, I hope you're doing well. Sorry about the Poland slander, but the reality is the reality, right? I only look at odds. I'm not biased. Ericsson, Xavi, Simons, or Oyarzabal. I think I'd go Oyarzabal first because the goal scoring odds that I've seen for Oyarzabal are absolutely bonkers. Then I'd probably go Ericsson because I think he's got more minutes. I think he's got a somewhat level fixture compared to Simons. He's got better. I think I already said better minutes. But he's also got more routes towards points because he's probably also going to take penalties. Germany team announced. Yep, it's exactly the same lineup. It's unchanged. Do you think a triple on Germany is bad? I don't think so. But if you want to back triple Germany, it's fine with you. I just personally won't go there. Is Cancelo safe? I think they could rotate and therefore he might not be. I'm forgiven. I'm not biased, Mark. I mean, I like the fact that I've always said that I think with Poland, what I can say is that you've been a much more attacking team than some of the other traditional underdogs. So that makes a huge difference, right, to style of play and whether you want to target a player from, let's say, Austria, for example, last week, where I was pretty high on Baumgartner, but it wasn't necessarily the case that I was high on Austrian defense for the same reason. Why don't I have any German midfielders? I just think there's plenty of midfield options. I also think Germany have a tougher fixture, and it's okay to not go for a German midfielder, particularly if you've already got another captaincy like today where I have Sobo as my sort of other player to go for. Also, guys, I have to be honest. I'm Spanish. I'm biased. That's why we've got 3 Spain within the team. That's a big reason as well. Is Navas safe? I think he should be safe. Is Costa fine? I'm not really sure, but I think he should be. If you had to keep one, would you keep Gundo Musiala? I'd probably keep Musiala personally. Spain looked like the best team in the comp, to be honest. Yeah, but we could very well rotate, which is what I'm expecting. How about Portugal's defense? They actually have really good clean sheet odds, so definitely another defense to target for sure. Do you think Rudiger will play 60 minutes? I can't see why he wouldn't play 90, to be honest. Is Middles not too risky of an early sub? I don't think so, personally. You keeping this team? I think I am keeping this team, most likely. Why not Fabian Ruiz? I don't even know if he starts tomorrow, so I don't think he will. I'm still listening to what Jesus Navas is now saying within the press conference, so we'll see what happens. You're just trying to figure out, Kim says, which advice to take from you regarding Spanish team. On one hand, you are biased. On the other hand, you have more information, inside information than us. I mean, look, the real information from Spain is that if you look at the goal scoring markets, the midfielders like Oyarzabal and Olmo have around 50% odds to score. So Oyarzabal I've seen around 55, 65%, which is higher than most of the midfielders anyways. But the big flip side with Spain is that they can rotate early. To allow for the players who really should be starting from the A team to actually play 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes of football. On the flip side, obviously, I think you can actually apply that argument a little bit to Germany, where, of course, you don't really want to overplay some of the players that you've had. You've played the starting XI 3 fixtures in a row. Doesn't necessarily make sense to sort of run Gundo, Musiala, Wirtz, Havertz into the ground. I don't think so necessarily. So I think the minutes for both teams, particularly Spain and Germany, despite them actually being very good to target, is a bit of a toss up. I've decided ultimately to go for Spanish players. Some people might actually prefer going for, let's say, another German player and then actually maybe going double Spain, maybe in the defense. I can definitely consider maybe going double Spain defense and then maybe actually, let's say, benching Van Dijk. But yeah, we'll see what happens, of course. Is Van Dijk 100% for you? Not 100%. How do you know Fabian isn't starting? I didn't say that Fabian isn't starting. I just said that there's a pretty high chance that we can rotate and therefore he wouldn't be starting. Um, and I'm going to have to just put you in timeout. Oh, sorry, I'm going to unhide you, but I'll put you in timeout. Do you think Tillemans is good for 6 million? I think his minutes are a little bit risky, so I'd say probably not. Walker a doubt. I don't think Walker is a doubt at all. You're sold by all of my arguments, teacher. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. Um, no Portugal. I've decided that I think it's a little bit harder to judge the rotation that will sort of be at play with Roberto Martinez, and as final options, I'm not sure if I really want them to be within my team. Do you think taking a hit to bring in Guehi for the Kuiper is worthwhile? I think it actually is. Why are you going for Guehi over a wingback like Trippier or Walker? I don't know if Trippier is going to start based on the Daily Mail sort of news article. As far as Walker, I think obviously he's a little bit more defensive, so I'm not sure if I love him. Do I think Conceição can start on the right wing? I think absolutely he can. Do you think Germany will rotate at halftime? I don't think that's necessarily the case. It really depends on what the position of the German in game is. I don't think halftime subs are that likely. Fran, please answer Sobo or Ericsson or Trossard or Savi. I prefer Sobo and Ericsson personally. Just one question: Gundo versus Musiala captaincy? I'd probably go Musiala. Portuguese defenders, I'd probably go Dallo if you wanted to go for one. Best clean sheet odds: France, England, Portugal. Best 5 million goalkeeper with Pickford. I think 5 million, huh? And I can't even pick the Spanish goalkeeper because I think there's a bit of doubt there. Um, hmm. Maybe Castiles. I think just go Castiles. Right? Wino from Pong, you've just subscribed. I appreciate that. I'm Jardinho. Gundo Wirtz. I think I would go Gundo still. I think his minutes is still a bit safer naturally. Is Grimaldo pretty much nailed on? I think it should be. Yep. Virgil van Dijk or Ake. I still tend to prefer Virgil van Dijk for the set piece threat. Germany lineup is out. That's correct. Musiala or Gundo. I'd still probably go Musiala. Is Kane a 60-minute pick this match day? I mean, I think there's a small risk with Kane reduced minutes, but I'd still back Kane to start, so I'm going to go with Kane within my team. Thoughts on Goncalo Ramos? The issue, I guess, is, if Neto plays left wing and Jota plays center forward, where's Goncalo going to play? So I think he's a bit of a risk. Why did I take out Musiala to go for Oyarzabal? I mean, to go for Dani Olmo. My score, 123 so far. Bellingham for Bruno or Kane for Ronaldo. I'd probably go Kane. Honestly, I do tend to think that, look, at Ronaldo's age, he really should be rested, but we'll see what happens. Who to cap between Musiala, Gundo, and Sobo? I'd probably still go. Honestly, I'm going Sobo, but it's up to you. I just think Sobo has a nicer fixture, is more of a talisman, is going to play more minutes, so we'll see what happens. But you can go Musiala if you want. Shame there's not a bench boost chip. Yeah, but at the same time, I've enjoyed the aspect of sort of being able to sub players in and out. Wino from Prong, he was right wing versus France. Is there any news about him not starting? Well, I mean, there's a bit of a doubt always with Frimpong starting because it's not like he's an absolutely nailed player. So I think it's more than likely that Frimpong will start. But once again, as I said, tend to think that Frimpong could also be quite risky on the flip side. Should I double up on Musiala and Gundo? Absolutely, you can go for it. All right, let's actually ask a question within the chat. So let's do VVD plus Musiala Gundo. Or Navas plus, let's say, Since everyone seems to be generally asking me the same question, let's see where you guys vote. Luis basically confirmed rotation. Nothing in particular yet, though. Cheers, Ahmed. Yeah, thanks. Why Mela? Just attacking threat overall for the game, and obviously a key player naturally for his country. So, pretty excited about going for those picks. Why am I picking Guehi over Trippier? Because there was small doubts about Trippier struggling with his calf injury, so that's why I've sort of moved on to that. Who is Navas? Jesus Navas from Sevilla, or obviously, if you remember from many years ago, Man City. Double German defense. I'm probably not going to go double German defense, but I think you could. I just think that this is their sort of toughest fixture, so I'm not that high on Germany for this match day. Doing any watch-alongs tonight, we'll definitely watch the German game, but that's it. Would you captain Sobo if it doesn't work out? Who would you captain if Sobo doesn't work out? Probably Grimaldo. Is Grimaldo going to start? Yeah, I think he should. Trippier is injured. I mean, it's not been confirmed that Trippier is injured, but apparently he's obviously struggling with his sort of calf injury. By the way, 1,232 of you guys in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being in the chat. If you guys could drop a like, drop a subscription, that'd be really helpful and does really support the channel. And thank you guys once again for being here. Why am I picking Guehi over Trippier? It comes to the ball recoveries and things like that. Why am I Virgil van Dijk plus Olmo for you, Joel? I appreciate that. Appreciate that. You should do Virgil van Dijk and Musiala. Come on. Why lack of Spain? I'm not going a single lineup that doesn't have triple Spain. Try not to spam the chat. You want to pinch my cheeks. Okay, Ruben. Ross Wheeler, thoughts from Frimpong. So my friend FPL Psycho, who's obviously Dutch, he's mentioned that the Dutch football magazine has predicted Frimpong to start. So obviously, based on the goal scoring odds that I've seen, Frimpong clearly has very good odds. But keep in mind, of course, there are some pretty tough. It's a pretty tough fixture for the Dutch. So the clean sheet odds are pretty poor for them. I think he's a good option, but I think he's also being overblown as being a great option. Clearly, of course, he's a right winger, so that's great. But once again, I think slightly overblown because the fixture is pretty tough for the Dutch. Still a good pick, though, and obviously definitely worth a punt if you're confident in it. I don't think it's necessarily better. I mean, a Spanish defender has better clean sheet odds than Van Dijk, right? So why is Van Dijk necessarily better than a Spanish defender? Anything useful from the Spain press conference? No, I think Luis de Fenta talked about what it means to be, why it's important to be a good person, and why it's important to sort of respect match day 3, and take the match seriously. But that's literally it. Yeah, I mean, I was listening to Luis de la Fuente on the side of it, and I couldn't hear anything from Luis de la Fuente. And personally, as I said, given that Laporte, in my opinion, is the starting center back for Spain, the fact that he was actually in the B team, the quote unquote B team today, because obviously Nacho was jogging and training independently, just suggests to me that more than likely our starting lineup really is that training photo. There might be 1 or 2 changes, but I think those are the players who are most likely to play and get involved for us as Spain. So I'm tempted to go with the Spanish picks. Hey, Fran, thoughts on Mbappe starting? I think he's going to start. I think it's worth punting on Mbappe starting if it's wrong. Pedro Porro is not a threat to Navas' minutes at all because Pedro Porro is not even the Spanish squad. Kante is an option. I think he's definitely an option. Declan Rice, if you want to go for him, you can go for him, but I just don't think there's anything interesting about Declan Rice at international level. Your punt is Palmer. Fair enough. If you think, I mean, if he starts, actually, that's going to be a very good punt. What would be a second Spanish defensive player you would put in? Probably Vivian, probably Laporte, probably Navas, but I think Navas just for the sort of fullback, potential, I suppose. Thoughts on Griezmann? I think Griezmann's actually someone that I could very well change Lukaku with, but obviously I've landed on here at the very end. Am I concerned that you have so many fixtures on the 25 for my defenders? I mean, that's a good point, to be honest. I guess I could obviously just go, you know what? You make a good point. You make a good point. You make a good point. All right, let's do this. Jesus Navas. Ahmed, what do you think? Should we go Navas or should we go Vivian? Should we back a little bit of a international debut for Vivian? Spanish center back? Oh, someone wants me to go. Why not Akita? Who's Akita? Have I missed out on a player? Who exactly is Akita? I'm so lost. Bro just changed into my team. 90-min send-off. Navas last minutes in a Spanish shirt, and you're asking him to be sent off. Oh, 90-minute send-off. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Go Griezmann instead of Kane. I don't know about that one. Lots of emojis result in a timeout. I think that's fair. I just yeeted Van Dijk. Yeah, goodbye, Van Dijk. Goodbye, Virgil. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in the... I believe in Austria. Big Austria fan. Big up. Thank you for all the replies, mate. Appreciate it, Danish. 1,300 guys in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Olmo starts says... I think Olmo will start actually as a 10 for us, Joel. I don't really see him starting on the left or the right, personally. If I have to pick Olmo or Oyarzabal, I'd probably go Oyarzabal for the pen share. Has Mbappe been declared fit? No, but he was actually in a match yesterday, wasn't he? Navas on for Mela. I'm gonna keep Mela. Will you captain Musiala then? No, I'll keep Sobo. Let's put Musiala in the old bench. In the old bencharoo. Is Kane going to play? And you say Watkins might play. I strongly doubt that Kane would actually get benched. That's what I meant, sub on now. Oh, you meant sub on now. Okay. Do you think Trippier will start anyway? I think he could, but honestly, I'm not going to take the risk. Why Musiala and not Gundo? I think it's close. I think it's basically a 51-49 for me. But look, whenever it's that close, I've looked at the market odds. It's very similar for both players. I'm just going to take Musiala, younger player. Maybe Gundo gets a bit more rest. Who knows? KDB, Sobo, Bellingham, Gundo. Please pick one not to use. I think I'd probably not use Gundo. Thanks for your job in Big Hub from Portugal. Best of luck. And I mean, congratulations as well. My Portuguese brother, for getting first in your group and coming out quite easily. Hopefully we can see you at some stage in the tournament, and best of luck just in general. Should I keep my Diogo Jota? He didn't play yesterday at all. I mean, I think Roberto Martinez pretty much confirmed that they'll rotate. If you want to go for a Jota punt, I can understand it, but I think there's better forwards, and that's sort of why I've landed on these players. Cambiaso predicted to play right wing for Italy, but at the same time, he's also going to play versus Croatia. And obviously, if he plays right wing, it's very unlikely, of course, that he's going to get ball recovery. So that's something to think about. 1,300 of you guys in the chat. You guys could like. That would really, really help the stream. Subscribe as well whilst you're here. I don't think we've ever had 1,344 of you guys in the chat. So thank you guys so much. Really, really appreciate it. Oh, I'm really sorry. Victor as well. I think I missed a super chat previously. Someone asked Pedro Neto or Guler. I actually think I'd go Pedro Neto for sure, because the goal scoring odds are so much better for Portugal, and specifically with Neto, who I believe has a 50% goal scoring odd, which is actually crazy. And Guler, obviously, unfortunately playing for a slightly weaker team. I think maybe Turkey a little bit of an inferior team compared to the Czechs. So I think, for me, going back to that, I'm sorry once again for missing your message, Victor, but I think I'd definitely go back to that and probably tempt myself with Neto. Is Frimpong set to start? I believe he is set to start. But I tend to want to take less risks, and I think I have a couple risks within my team already, so that's why we've landed on that. Eriksen or Neto? I'd probably go Neto still. Very close, though, in that situation. Cruz over Musiala. Cucurella will get benched. I think I'd rather go with Musiala. Cucurella will get benched. I think he will get benched. I'm not really sure. What do you mean by Cruz over Musiala, though? I'd definitely go Musiala over Cruz. Gundo or Oyarzabal? I'd go Oyarzabal. 6.5 billion max in the midfield. Probably 6.5, huh? It's kind of tough because you can't reach some of the options. How much is Olmo? Once again, let me have a look. He might be a little bit higher than that. Okay, yeah, he's way higher than I thought. You can try Fermin Lopez from Spain if you want. That's a huge punt, in my opinion. Fermin Lopez. Guler is still an interesting one. Otherwise, of course, you can go Bacante or maybe even, let's say, a Højbjerg if you want to. Or actually, a Stanchu from Romania is not a bad pick as well. At 6.5 and below. Gundo or Bellingham? I'd probably go Bellingham still. All right. Let's just decide on that. Are you guys happy with Virgil van Dijk plus Musiala? Actually, no. Virgil van Dijk's already out. Do we prefer Navas plus, let's say? Well, actually, no. It is actually that, isn't it? It's Virgil van Dijk plus Olmo versus Navas plus Musiala, basically. Will Joselu start? I think he will start, but it's not 100%. Thoughts on Portugal defender? I'd probably go Dallo. Who's the best Italian defender? I'd probably go Calafiori. I don't see Calafiori being left out at all. In fact, I think he's played very well. Do you think Carvajal will get rotated? Yep, which is why I've gone for Navas. Why Captain Sobo? Just think he might be a better pick for today. Very close, though, anyways. Why not go double England defense? Because I've got triple England in different other positions. So I've got Bellingham, for example. Fran, please answer Neuer or Donnarumma. I'd probably actually go Neuer. Is Rudiger a good option? I mean, he certainly is. With Leao, do you think Neto is nailed? I think so for the most point. Middle star Bernard. Have 3 Portuguese. Should I use wild card? I think you can, but keep in mind, of course, Portugal could still play and have key players play. Like Bruno could still play. They might not rotate fully. I just expect Spain to rotate fully. Why not Grimaldo? Grimaldo's within my team. Navas over German defense, disregarding bias. I mean, we've got better clean sheet odds than Germany tonight. So there's that. Why are Oyarzabal so highly rated? I mean, we're playing versus Albania. So I don't know if I need to speak more on that. Oh, I don't know. The idea that so many people have gone for Musiala makes me want to go back to Olmo. But then maybe I replace Van Dijk as well. I don't know. I still quite like Van Dijk as an option. Need to think about that one. I do really like Dani Olmo still. I can't lie. Let me have a think about it. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna trust my gut a little bit. I'll just go with Olmo. I don't really care. Maybe because I think the issue was that I had Van Dijk. I might just go Middlestad at the end of the day over Mr. Verge. Because the issue, right, is if I go for Virgil, I guess, yeah, it's a fair point to say that I have too many players playing on the same day. I guess I could also go for a French player and then maybe replace Magnan. But then I'm not sure if I really love too many of the goalkeepers. I could go for maybe an Italian goalkeeper and then maybe go for, let's say, Upamecano over Van Dijk. That's not exactly the worst option in the world. But I think I prefer Middlestat quite a fair bit. So maybe we'll go Middlestat. Might actually do that in the end. Will Simon play? Fran, please answer Bruno or Sobo. I'd probably go Sobo. Are you using wildcard limitless? I'm going limitless. Costa will start. I think Costa. You think Costa will start 100%? Oh, sorry. Check Freddy's super chat. Absolutely. Sorry about that. Hey, Freddy. Is Frimpong set to start? Is he better than Virgil van Dijk? I don't think he's necessarily 100% set to start, Freddy. What I've said is that based on reading the Dutch football magazine, he's predicted to start for them. So it seems like most people think Frimpong will start. Now, the issue, of course, is slightly reduced minutes if he plays in the right wing position, and ultimately he's not someone who's going to get ball recoveries in that right wing position. So I do think Frimpong's not that amazing. I actually think I'd prefer Virgil van Dijk to him, but it's up to you. If you kind of like the idea of going for an out of position player who is a little bit obviously debatable to start, I'd go Frimpong. I'd say probably 70% sure that he's going to start, but obviously I don't really like to take risks naturally in terms of like the minutes of a player. So I'm someone who leans Van Dijk personally, but if you like Frimpong for the out of position aspect, as I said, you can go for him. Cameron as well, thank you so much for the super chat. Middlestad or Ta, I'd still go Middlestad for the attacking aspect. I mean, based on what we've seen so far from Middlestad, he's extremely attacking. I can't see why there'd be any reason to sort of move away from him. Do you think Verbruggen will be rotated? I don't think so, because I mean the Dutch have a super important fixture to play. Whereas with Costa, I mean, to be fair, I guess with Costa, it seems rather unlikely that he's going to get rotated. But at the same time, we've seen it before. I've seen Hugo Lloris get rotated for France previously. Am I locked in on Mela? I'm pretty locked in on Mela. Yeah. As a little bit of a differential for myself. Yes, I am indeed. Cambiasso is actually not a bad shout for people if you really think that he's going to start. But that's also implying that DeMarco is probably going to be out as well. So that's unfortunately bad news. Why not triple up on the German middle three? I think you can definitely go triple up on Germany, but I just would like to go for Spanish players, and I'm going to go for the Spanish punt. Why not Koundé? Was Ferran Torres in the Spain picture? Yes, he was. I think he will be a good pick, but the issue is he's a forward, right? So, if you're looking at a winger for a forward position, I don't think it's really worth it. So I wouldn't go for Ferran Torres. I would definitely like the stream as well. What Ahmed said is true. Do you think it's good to rest a goalkeeper? You definitely don't want them cold. Yeah, but sometimes you could be a goalkeeper in a match and you could be cold the entire game, right? I mean, goalkeeping is more about concentration, I suppose, than like getting consistent minutes. Olmo doesn't even play. What do you mean by Olmo doesn't even play? The expectation is that Spain will probably rotate. Tiggy, thank you so much for the super chat. 25 minutes left to get to 500 likes. Let's do this. Absolutely, let's try to get that across the line. You guys are sick, Bilal. Okay. What is that supposed to mean? Who's guaranteed to start Spanish defender? I think the backline really should be Grimaldo, Vivian, Laporte, and Jesus Navas. Gundo, Musiala captain. I'd personally go Musiala, given that I've previously preferred Musiala over Gundo, but it's up to you. Can you explain subs? You can just sub a player. You can just use the 4 subs here, and you should line up your players in order of play, which means that obviously the substitutions come from later days. Clearly, of course, after, let's say, the 23 and 24 games have been played, I've got a chance to substitute quite a fair players. Well, I've got a chance to substitute, let's say, Magnan on the 25th, Mela on the 25th, and then I can sub in, let's say, Lukaku and De Bruyne on the 26th. Hi, Fran. Do you think Jude Bellingham will play a deeper role this match week? I think he very well could, Jordan, which is a good sort of point to make. But at the same time, I think if you listen to what Gareth Southgate has mentioned about Jude, he's actually expressly mentioned that, that Jude has a specific role, I suppose, within Real Madrid where he's allowed to sort of shift into positions. I also think that one point that people sort of need to understand is that it's not like Jude is not playing in a 10 spot for England per se. If you look at his sort of default positions, he still plays as a center mid in tandem with someone like Trent. And if someone like Gallagher comes in, it's more than likely he's going to fill a little bit more of a defensive role, shielding for Jude. And when, let's say, Jude pushes forward, which is exactly what happens, and allows him to move into great goal scoring positions, someone like Gallagher will be a little bit deeper, which is why obviously Jude sort of is allowed to be in good spots. I don't think he'll necessarily play any more deeper than he has in matchday 1 or 2. Gabriel says Saka and Jota or Kane and Olmo. I think I'd go Kane and Olmo personally. Why did I cap Sobo? I just kind of like the punt here, given that the fixture is so nice for Hungary, and that obviously Sobo is such a key player for them, with a lot more routes towards points. Whereas obviously some of the German players can also be subbed off early, and rather take Sobo in this occasion here as well. The goal scoring odds and the assist odds for Sobo are also really nice today as well. That's another point that I'd like to mention. Excuse me, sorry, I was just replying to some people on Twitter. Is Morata playing? I think he's actually more than likely going to be benched. Fran, with Rodri out tomorrow, do you think Fabian Ruiz is a must for Spain? Why is he a must for Spain? I'm not really sure what that means. I think it's more than likely we'll actually continue to play without most of our starting 11 if some players are suspended, for example, or need to be rotated just for the sake of, I guess, keeping up match fitness and whilst also still allowing us to sort of take this game quite seriously. Joselu is probably likely to start, but I also think, as I said, there are multiple variations to the team that I can envision without Joselu. So, for example, you can still see, for example, Oyarzabal. What about someone like McTominay? I think McTominay is still a great pick as well. But personally, I also think that McTominay is on less set pieces. Obviously, he's someone who's in the box all the time, so that's something that's very helpful for him. But it also depends on sort of how you envision the game, I guess, going between these teams and players. 1.3k watching. We can get to 500 likes. I appreciate that, guys. Please drop a like as well. So many of you guys are here without a like, so I'm praying on a Musiala downfall. I mean, low key. Gundo or Sobo, captain. I think, look, I'm going for Sobo, but if you want to go Gundo, there's nothing wrong with going Gundo, Musiala. These are amazing picks. Do you think Mela starts? They've been rotating their fullbacks. Yeah, I think Mela will start because the most important thing about Mela is that he's been traditionally one of their most important players, and Mela also came with an injury for the last month. I think he had an injury basically at the start of May or even April, and therefore he's been sort of rested. But Mela with 90 minutes, versus England, I think he can only play 90 minutes once again. Some brother plays fantasy just because it's a video game. Man asked how to see lineups before a game. Saliva or Teo or Koundé? I prefer Teo. Castagna or Dallo or Mela? I'd probably go Mela, but this is my own personal preference. I'd probably go Dallo next. Hit the like. Facts. 410. Okay, that's fortunate. We're pushing. Is Dallo too risky of a pick? I don't think so, because if Portugal rotate, and he's a very competent player who's actually a key part of the team, and he, for example, was already rested for Matchday 2, I can only really see Dallo playing in Matchday 3 as well. Is Bellingham still a non-negotiable? I don't think there's anyone who's non-negotiable at all. You can definitely choose to go without some of these players, and that's totally fine. And that's all I'll really say about that. Salah says, have Koundé in the list, but would you keep Middlestad? I'd probably keep Middlestad as well. I mean, look, it doesn't really matter. I think Koundé's totally fine, actually. Koundé's fine. Koundé actually has better goal scoring odds than Middlestad. So if you want to actually back the French team, like, go for it. Which Portuguese striker would you recommend? I'd probably go Jota. Griezmann or Jota? I'd probably still go... I'd actually go Griezmann, personally. Is Saka a bad pick? I don't think he's a bad pick at all. Why not? He recovers as well in assists. Why not Ake? I mean, Virgil van Dijk also has recoveries and also goals, no? Or are you saying Ake just because he got one assist in the last 2 matches? 433. We're pretty close to getting 500 likes. If you guys could leave us with 500 likes, I'd really appreciate that. What do you think about Kante Upamecano? I think they're brilliant picks. Obviously, Kante, you can see, I don't know, whenever he makes a tackle, it seems like he can always get pet player of the match. Upamecano, probably a little bit better at recoveries than Saliba, based on what I'm seeing so far, but the data also really depends on, you know, how their opponents attack them as well. 461 guys, pretty close to 500 likes. That's the goal for today, if we can actually drive it towards there. Um, let's see. Double German defense, though. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. But at the same time, I don't really mind double German defense. It's not the worst thing in the world. I guess I could go Italian defense. What, do you think I should go? You want me to go Gigi Donnarumma? 500 likes. We're pretty close. Why don't you play Musiala? I just want to back my Spanish players, and that's it. Oh, why? You guys really want me to get the German midfield in? 100%? Wirtz or Bellingham? Do you get unlimited transfer at round of 16? Yes, you do. Tiggy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate you guys for getting us to 500 likes. Congratulations on the 5 people. Have they been given out yet? So Maxim 697, Joyal, Kieran, Joshua, GZ. Congratulations on your little memberships provided by Tiggy Taylor, and thank you so much, Tiggy. Really appreciate once again the support. Anish as well. Sorry, I missed a question about Robin Lenormand. I think it's very likely that we'll play Vivian from Athletic Bilbao, and we'll play Laporte as well. So it's more than likely we're going to have those players playing instead, which makes a huge difference, of course. So I don't think Lenormand will play 3 games in a row. Look what De La Fuente said about rotations. Oyer Martin, is there something that I've missed? I think he's already said that we're rotating, right? What do you mean specifically by what De La Fuente said? I think I've listened to what he said, and he's basically confirmed that rotating. But if you've heard anything different, let me know. Is it confirmed that Mbappe will start? No, that's not true. I think Griezmann is obviously safer, yes, but I've gone for Mbappe because, of course, Mbappe always has upside if he starts. Also, Bellingham or Eriksen, would you recommend on Limitless? I'd probably still go Eriksen personally. I'd still go Bellingham because I think, yeah, Bellingham is just that much more interesting as a pick to me in those situations. All right, probably the last things I'll have to decide is, whether I go Gundo or other players as well. So we'll sort of make a decision, I suppose. I'm still tempted to go Musiala personally over Gundo, but I don't know if I'm going to drop Sobo. Sobo's probably the only player I'd consider dropping at this point, but I also don't really want to drop him at all. I'm probably just going to keep Sobo at this point. Excuse me. I wonder if I can drop Bellingham, but I don't think I will drop Bellingham either. So I'll probably just keep it to this for now. Like Dani Olmo's goal scoring odds are pretty crazy from what I've seen. There's something like 19 for 10, which is pretty mental, if I'm being completely honest. That's really, really nice. And then actually the assist odds that I can see for Dani Olmo, once again, really good too. So 1 for 3. So slightly better based on the odds compared to what Musiala and Gundo have. Obviously, I might live to regret the tail, but we'll see what happens, Gundo almost has double Musiala XG plus A in the first 2 games. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like 2 games of sample size is unfortunately not that substantial, right? Or Asabal or Olmo, I tend to want. I'd honestly go for Orazabal because I think he's our penalty taker. You really wish Jota was classified as a mid. Same as me as well. You're down to your last decision, Dumfries or Guehi. Pretty close one there in that situation. I think I'd probably go Dumfries. Um, if you really wanted to back, I guess the attacking aspect of things. Obviously, Guehi for me is a little bit of a boring pick. It's a little bit more just me leading with clean sheets and things like that. But if you don't like that, that's fine. Can you please give your thoughts on Ericsson? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ericsson for me, I tend to think he's got less goal scoring potential than some of the other midfielders, but when you look at the positions that he takes for Denmark, is a very good pick. I think the only thing that we can mention about Denmark for Serbia is that it's going to be a tough fixture, and the same goes for example, the Austrian midfielders like Baumgartner and Sabitzer as well. So I'm not that concerned about that. Are you concerned that the Middlestat will get a sub out early due to his yellow card? No, because if you listen to what Nagelsmann said, I don't think he was very worried about the Middlestat aspect of sort of the yellow card. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that really. Neuer or Donnarumma? You've got Rudiger. I'd probably go Neuer still. Think for an actual play. I really don't know. I think Portugal will rotate, but it might be the case that obviously Bruno is someone who plays practically every game for Portugal, could very well play. You want to drop Bellingham too? Yeah, but I just don't really know who are we dropping Bellingham for. Are we going for more English players? Where do you check goal involvement odds? Look, I'm not going to endorse betting, but obviously you can find them on those sorts of websites. Is Cancelo likely to play? I think he could actually get rotated out. So I think it's possible that we can see something like maybe Semedo plus Dallo. Gundo versus Musiala. Quick breakdown. Obviously, completely different style of play, but betting odds for goals and assists are very similar. Gundo obviously is the type of player who runs into good positions and can be the last man at times in a lot of attacks. Musiala is obviously someone who can carry the ball and move into great pockets of space and actually, of course, take ridiculous shots and that sort of thing. But very different players entirely. But still, actually, oddly enough, the goal scoring odds and the assist odds very, very similar. Teo Hernandez or Koundé. Teo just for the attacking returns. Why no Diego Costa? I'm just not sure if he's actually even going to start. So sometimes we tend to see if let's say a team is completely locked down a certain spot within the group, that they just rotate the keeper, just allow the keeper to have one cap within the tournament, for example, as a good gesture, things like that. Saka or Bellingham? I think I'd probably go Bellingham personally just for the goal scoring odds. We're really tempted to drop Kane for Jota. If you want to do it, go for it. But I'm personally still going to go with Kane. Obviously, if you think that Kane's minutes could be reduced, then that's not so good. Will Cruz play 90 minutes? I'm not sure about 90 minutes. I don't think he'll play 90 minutes personally. Sometimes we tend to see Cruz a little bit as an earlier sub, particularly if, let's say, Germany have a good position in the game. But obviously, if Germany is struggling, I tend to think Cruz will play more minutes. So that's pretty much what I would say. Mailer Mittelstadt, I'd probably still go Mittelstadt. I'd probably go. I would tend to go Mela, but obviously some people have made a good point that obviously there's a lot of 25 June players within my team. I guess. I suppose that's still an issue within my team, but actually less of an issue now that I've got Mittelstadt. But yeah, why don't I have German attackers? I just think it's a great game for Germany, but ultimately, I think I like all the other players that I have in my team equally, if I can say that. Give me one sec. I'm just going to quickly check if we have any sort of last minute news at the very tail end of this game week. All right. Can't see any last minute news that we can really get information from. So unfortunately, that's gonna be that. As I said, if you want to go for German midfielders, there's literally nothing wrong with them. They're amazing. I can understand going for more German midfielders than myself, but at the end of the day, I want to go with a Spanish midfielder. I want to back the Spanish attack, and that's pretty much it. I think it's very close. The goal scoring odds are very similar. Olmo and Oyarzabal actually tend to have better odds than I can see, at least from competing markets. And therefore I've just actually decided to back the players from other teams instead, and we've landed on that. Trent Alexander-Arnold over Guehi. I think Guehi's still the best pick because I think Trent could actually very well be rotated, which is an issue. Oyarzabal or Olmo. I tend to think Oyarzabal because I think he would be our penalty taker for Spain. So that's sort of how I've leaned into that. Am I doing a watch party? Yes, I am. Why is Sobo captain? I don't have a German midfielder. Van Dijk or Dallo. I'm still gonna go. I think I'd rather go Van Dijk because I like his attacking returns, but obviously Dallo's got much better clean sheets. It's limitless. Have some fun. Exactly. Yeah. I want to have some fun with my Spanish players, and that's it. Tiggy as well. Thank you so much as well for supporting the stream. Really appreciate you dropping the 5 subs and the super chats as well, and generally just supporting. I hope you're happy with the fact that we've ended up with 3 Spanish players, which I'm sure you love, and for everyone else, thank you guys so much for tuning into the content. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel as well. And, we're going to do a watch along if you want to stay around, but up to you guys. I'm probably going to watch the German game with my eyes closed because I don't own German attack, but hey, that's life. Would you say Frimpong is a punt worth taking? I certainly think he is. But once again, I've got a couple of punts in my team and they're all Spanish, and that's the way I wanted it. But if you don't want punts in your team, or you have less punts in your team and you want to go for one and Frimpong's one of them, I think that's totally fine. The reason why I've gone Middlestat in the end over Virgil van Dijk is because I think some people in the chat rightly pointed out that I have too many players playing on the 25th of June, so I can't rotate my defenders too much. If I at least have Middlestat and Grimaldo, I can probably rotate 2 players, which will allow for Guehi to play. And obviously, if any players stink it up in other positions, like let's say Sobo, like Olmo, like or Sabal, I've got room to put Mela within the team. We appreciate you for all the content. Thank you so much, Anka. Is Havertz the best attacker at that price point? I don't actually think so because I think his minutes are always a little bit dubious, Kieran. And of course, the fixtures are a little bit tougher for Switzerland. I don't think Mbappe is actually confirmed to be out. He could very well still play for the game versus Poland. So 4 minutes left to make decisions, guys. Try to make those decisions as soon as possible before the website potentially even crashes. Why Oyarzabal? He's versus Albania. I very well think that Spain will rotate, and that's the team that I've left on. I don't know whether Ronaldo will be benched. He really should be at his age, in my opinion, but who knows? Dallo over Millsat. I think you can go for that if you really like the clean sheet odds. Which player to transfer out for a -4? De Kuyper, Kvaratskhelia, or DeMarco or Trent Alexander-Arnold? I'd probably take... I mean, okay. Honestly, I think all those players are... I would use a chip personally, are fun. All those players I think I'd want to get out of my team immediately, except for maybe Kvaratskhelia, just because at least he's going to play. With DeMarco, you have a risk. With De Kuyper, you have a risk. With Trent, you have a risk as well. Who would you say would you go in place of Havertz? You've got Musiala. But, I mean, Havertz is a forward, right? So I'm not really sure what you're saying in that. Or are you saying just for the price point? Because Musiala is also more expensive than Havertz, no? Olmo over Bellingham. I'd probably still go Bellingham personally. Why no Musiala? Decided to back the Spanish attackers anyways. Drop Jude for Musiala. Best of luck. England is not giving more than 1 goal vibes. That's fair. I just think that Germany obviously have a tougher matchup as well. Trent to Teo for -4. I think it could be worth it. The German cover. Yeah, I guess I'd go Musiala for the German cover. Fran, Koundé or Middlestat for ball recoveries. I'd probably go Koundé. But Middlestat, of course, keep in mind, is probably a little bit more attacking than Koundé is. Gundor over Olmo, you can go for it. I think you can go Gundor or Musiala over Olmo as well, but personally, I've just wanted to back some Spanish players, and that's sort of where I've ended up at the end. Van Dijk or Mela. Am I sure about my captain? I mean, I don't really have any more choices for captaincy, so I've gone with Sobo at the end, and hopefully Hungary can do something. Fran, would you go for Kunde or Middlestad? I'd probably actually go for. I'd probably go for. I'd probably go Middlestad personally. Um, just think he's a little bit more attacking. Will Bruno play? I really can't say. I think Portugal will rotate. That's been confirmed by the manager. Dallo over Middlestad. I think you can go for it if you prefer, for example, the clean sheet odds of Portugal. And at the same time, obviously Dallo, I think within at a club at an international level, he's scored a fair bit of goals as well. Are you not able to watch both matches? I'll watch both matches, but we'll react to both of them at the same time. Wish you all a great MD3 and many points. Time to watch Scotland for my spicy pick. Best of luck, Tiggy, and good luck. Which spicy pick is that? Is that Robbo? Is that Scott McSauce? Is that John McGinn? Or even someone that I haven't mentioned. Dumfries or Van Dijk, and why? I'd probably go Van Dijk just for the ball recovery aspect, the sort of goal scoring as well, sort of odds. Dumfries, I think, is really an attacking fullback for the Dutch. But it also seemed like he was a little bit limited, I guess, when he was playing versus France. Potentially, it's also because obviously they were playing versus France and playing quite defensive. But hey, it's up to you. I would tend to go Van Dijk just for the overall. Even the 5 to 10 minutes that Van Dijk can actually take direct free kicks as well. That's nice. I'd go Van Dijk. Lukaku, KDB captains. I'd go KDB at this point always. Just because Lukaku doesn't have that much assist share, even though he actually got an assist in previous match. It's just that there's more actions I guess KDB can do to get man of the match. Literally 20 seconds left, guys, so please lock in your moves. Grimaldo from Pong. I'd go Grimaldo personally just because I think Grimaldo will play. If you made it this far, you must have liked the stream, so hit the thumbs up. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, like the stream, subscribe. Really appreciate you guys for being here. I'm still going to be here, though. We're going to watch the match immediately, so we're just going to suddenly switch tunes and switch gears towards watching a little bit of football. What game would you guys like me to talk about? I can probably watch both games. The site crashed. I think the site didn't crash. It's just that it's the deadline. No. All right, so that's that. Let's go watch some football. I'm gonna quickly get foot mob up. Let's just put Switzerland and Germany up because I'm sure a lot of you guys have much more Swiss and German players. So I'll just put that up as well for you guys on the side. Myself, I probably will be watching my own captain. All right, let's watch some football. Sobo has 2 points already. Okay. It's a good joke, Connor. Appreciate that. Am I gonna play bingo? Well, no, because unfortunately there's football right now, right? I've got both matches on both screens, so that's the way I'm planning to watch it. Got Scotland on the side. I'm gonna mute the Scotland stream. I think that's the play there, and then I'll probably just listen to the German stream, but I'll actually watch my captain. I think that might be the way that I do it, and then I'll have chat. Kept Cancelo over Trent. Took a Trent out for Ake. I think that's fine. We all need to link our time so we don't get the leaks. I don't know. Just do as many leaks as possible, right? I'll play bingo at halftime. Going back to the bingo point there. But very unlikely that I'll be doing any bingo right now. Real ones are still here. Appreciate you guys for being here still, if you are. Right, good. That's 5 minutes without Germany scoring, so that's nice for me. Feels like that's a good start. All we need to do is survive another 85 minutes of that. Fran zoomed out. Did I zoom out? What have I done wrong? Sorry. Which team do I support in the Prem? None. Did I do a watch party yesterday? No, unfortunately not. You're a real one, Luis. If you didn't stay to watch the games, you're fake for real. We'll see how for captain. Actually, yeah, who do you guys have captain right now? Let's do a little poll. So for the Gundo, for the Musiala owners, Sobo, and other. Let's do that. Just curious to see what the spread of captaincies are for today. Unfortunately, Scotland are dominating a fair bit of the ball. What did you think of Portugal and Belgium? Look, I have to be honest, and I think I have to say Turkey are a pretty horrendous defensive team. I think they're asking to get rolled over by most teams, if we're being honest. Now, as far as, let's say, Belgium, obviously a much better performance overall. But we have to say that, like we spoke about match day one, you had plenty of chances in the first day. I don't think we're overall that scared about Belgium. But obviously, the first result is so impactful, right, in terms of how we view Belgium. So I don't think too much has changed, really, in terms of my opinion on any players. What do you think about Trossard, actually, Kim? I just wanted to get your thoughts on him. You almost captain Varga. Interesting. Most people went Musiala. I think that's fine. Quite a fair bit went Sobo as well. Pretty decent share. Talk to me, Fran. You're an engaging dude. Hit me up with your own player projections now set and individually less their points potential. What does that even mean? Like, do you want like a whole list of the entire game? Yeah, the Luka Baku suspension wasn't great. But Luka Baku obviously much better performance, I guess, arguably compared to, let's say, Leao, right? Who unfortunately got some suspended for silly reasons. Trossard keeps making mistakes at the end of a move. Yeah, I kind of understand that, but I think like Kim says, obviously it makes sense to have him. Ooh, okay, Hungary in a good position, and they've taken a shot. Sommer makes up. Sorry, not Sommer. Got confused with the keepers, but who's the Scotland keeper? Gunn, right? Yeah, God. All right, bit of a brain fart there, but hey, awful save though. Tillmans and Vertonghen was a big difference. Yeah, that's nice, I think. Yeah, it does give a bit more balance to the team, doesn't it? In terms of at least like the control of the game on the ball as well, as opposed to being like overly defensive, but then also just lacking control on the ball. I think if I had to do my own player projections, right, I'd probably go through a couple betting sites. You know what I mean? Find the odds, but then I'd adjust the minutes myself. Um, and what I would do is obviously try and get an accumulation of the ball recoveries in the tournament so far. Have a look at what I think is reasonable. Also consider the sort of position of the player versus like domestic and national team, and then sort of have a sort of average ball recovery metric. And then as far as let's say odds, as I said, I'll just adjust the. I'd go through a couple betting sites. I think is what I would do, and some of my friends' sites, for example, like Team Models. Probably find an average for goals scored, find an average for assists, and apply my own minutes because obviously most player projection models, unfortunately, always assume that a player has 90 minutes because that's obviously how the betting house doesn't lose. And yeah, Father of Trossard made some comments to me about Tedesco being a bad coach. Interesting, but not as bad as Martinez. Fair play. BBC gets delayed sometimes, have to hit fast forward closer to get live. I see. I don't have any fast forward buttons to press though, so I assume I'm as updated as possible. Guys, I think that's 10 minutes without a German goal. We've survived. Now we just need to do that for 80 more minutes. I've said too much, haven't I? And now Germany will just flood. Nah, I kid. All right, back to watching Scotland have way too much of the ball for my liking. Switzerland are operating extremely defensively, which I think also makes sense, right? Because it's not like they have something to like. There's no need to sort of lose, I suppose, a great position in the group for any odd reason entirely. If you can try get the draw, get a counter, particularly when you have other players coming on as well, um, that's quite impactful. Gundo already taking a great shot. Quite scary. That was Musiala to Gundo link up. Oof. Is that a Sobo free kick? So Sobo's sort of shifting out wide right now, which is just naturally what he does. Hopefully we'll just get into better spots as the game progresses. Wirtz on the ball. Mittelstadt on. Ooh, Havertz had a great chance to shoot. Havertz diving a little bit. Interesting. Great chance for Mittelstadt, though. Musiala in the box. Oof. Oof. Scary stuff. To be fair, that was actually great from Havertz. All right, let's see. Any spoilers in the chat? Gundogan is on today. As in, like, on, do you mean, like, by just, like, playing well, generally speaking? 10 minutes, gone, dead game? No, I'm kidding. Hungary cannot get a hold of the ball. Yeah, it's been tough. This is, like, Scotland more on the ball than I've ever seen. But at the same time, look, I don't know, like, Scotland's defense is not something that I find extremely appealing, so I don't really mind. You really hope Havertz doesn't score because you played Varg in a spot? Fair. Is this because of the midfield? I guess, like, a wild card or anything? What have you done specifically for this match day? Havertz is on the ball. Okay, he's just lost the ball. Flag is up. Over the top ball for Hungary. It's awful. Oof. Oh. I don't think Switzerland gonna have any control of the ball in this game. Sobel with his first long free kick. It was pretty awful. Concluded. No thanks for that, Sobo. Thank you. Your projection thinking and process makes player picks above the rest. Why listen carefully? It's a new level to scouting theory. Yeah, look, I mean, at the same time, right? Like, I mean, we just have to also. I think one thing you can say is that the market in general has a very good understanding of projections for odds, but the market always projects odds with 90 minutes. So you have to sort of be fair and say, if I adjust the minutes of a player, is a player worse, etc. So obviously, like, okay, Musiala and Gundo have good market odds, right? But they're also probably someone who can have reduced minutes. I think Wirtz is the one that it applies the most to, right? Where you expect Wirtz to actually come off quite early because Sane for Wirtz is almost always the classical Nagelsmann substitute. They don't have a like for like substitute for Musiala, so therefore you have to evaluate his X-Mins a bit higher. So the odds for Wirtz are a little bit, I would say, more wrong, right? Once you apply a little bit of understanding of the minutes. Now, going back to it though, in terms of other things like clean sheets and stuff, we can get clean sheets wrong, but tentatively, of course, like most of the clean sheets from markets are always going to be a little bit better than what our eyes perceive, particularly off of one game, because obviously before the first game, you first of all don't even have an eye test. Mittelstadt's in a great position. Let's just see what happens there. Woo! Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Oh, and Andrik just scores a goal. I don't mind. I don't own Andrik. No one owns Andrik. It's fine with me. Andrik man of the match? Why not? Why not? Why not? You took out Kara for Oyarzabal for -4 points. Felt risk was worth it. I think that makes sense. Fran, Justin, what's up? I don't think anyone got the assist because the defender plucked at it. Not even Andrik owns Andrik. That's correct. That's the correct take, and that's the right take as well. I don't think Musiala got it. Yeah, Musiala didn't touch it. Thank God. Ooh, it could be a foul potentially because of Musiala. I think they should give Musiala a red card personally. Just kidding. Once again, don't get upset. Don't get upset. I don't know what Sommer was doing, bro. Bro was sleeping for sure. Oof, that's horrendous. Maybe like a very weird turf bounce. Wirtz got the assist. I can tell you. Oh, sorry. Of course, yeah. I wasn't even paying attention. Disallowed. Yeah, looked disallowed. Because he kind of destroys the guy's legs. Honestly, just give a red card to Musiala. Like, why not? Oh, it's fine. Sommer's gotten away with it. Oof, no goal. Let's go. If they had scored, then maybe Germany don't attack as much. Musiala off, yep. Yeah. Ref. Fran is trying to ruin my team. Hey, ref. Oh. Not trying to ruin. I actually own Musiala in a different fantasy game, but it does involve a little bit of money, so I'm not going to mention it. Because we don't do the gambling on this channel. Look, at the end of the day, for me, Euro Fantasy is a bit of fun, right? I'm Spanish at the end of the day. I want to have some Spanish attackers. Don't want to be boring, go double Spanish defense. Unsubscribe from the Musiala red card comment. Hey. Just a bit of copium for me. Why not? The football models are interact with these markets numbers to gain more on the field, such eye opener to player picks. Yeah, for sure. I think that's a good point as well. You can reverse the odds and try to see like, are there players that you've missed that are actually very interesting? And I think that's definitely a good way to look at it for sure. I do it too. I mean, I watch the football as well sometimes to get. Another thing too is like, there's going to be some models where they don't pay attention. Like for example, the market might be a little bit slow potentially. If you're actually watching, I guess, all the games in and out, you can argue that market's potentially a little bit slower. But yeah, like if there's a huge tactical shift, you can suddenly start to look at other games like, for example, Guardiola and things like that. These things all have a sort of part to play. Switzerland with their first pick. So I've survived 20 minutes of no German attack. So just another 60 minutes to go. I think we'll be fine. Right? Am I right? Anyone? Great defense from Havertz there, supporting my clean sheets. Grant Xhaka is currently playing quarterback. Gundo in a great spot. Gundo lays it to Musiala. Musiala slightly errant touch. Oh, great back heel. Oof. Is Gundo? He looks offside, no? Okay. I don't know. I guess the ref just doesn't call offsides, or the sideline ref, but all right, it's the second time it's happened already. It's ridiculous. Where's your Sobo hat trick? This is a different Scotland. As in they've got, well, they're also playing Hungary, let's be honest. Little does Sobo know how much pressure the fantasy world has put on him. Yeah, I don't know if Sobo is aware that I've owned him for 3 match days, and the his results so far have been embarrassing, frankly. Kieran Tierney, footballer with least aura. I think you said that last week, Connor, but maybe I have to agree with you. Anka says, on Limitless, I still have 3 Romanian players. Why not have fun with our home teams? Honestly, the Romanian fixture is good, right? This is the good Romanian fixture. So, who is it? Is it Stanchu +2? Do we have a bit of Dennis Mann action? Or what's the situation? You're a hater, bro. You're gonna hate out loud. Fair. I respect the hate. I don't really respect hate, but respect the dedication, I suppose. Right, Switzerland having a little bit of control in the game, which is nice. Great switch of play from Switzerland. Is it too far gone? No, it's still good. Scotland are all over this game right now. Depressingly so. So today I want a Neuer assist and Mittelstadt goal. That's it. And no returns from any of the attackers. It's going to happen. Very nice from Mittelstadt. Great take from Kroos. Like the Castiles assist? Absolutely. Mittelsat solo hat trick. No one getting assist. Right, right, right. Yeah, something like that. Basically, a corner kick where Mittelsat is the last man and just scores 3 screamers. Off of a flick on from a Swiss defender. I think we've survived 25 minutes with no German goal. So it's good work. Light work so far, you could say. Who's been your favorite player of the tournament so far that you guys haven't been able to watch previously so much? Um, oh, terrible from Mbolo. And a foul as well. Yamal and Nico. Yamal and Nico. Yep. Can't watch football often due to being in New Zealand, so getting to watch Euros is great. I'm happy for you. That's awesome. You had Castiles and still only got 62 points, 125 points after game week 2. Well, it must mean that you still had a really good game week 1, though, so that's good for you. It's probably Maradashvili. Yeah, he's incredible. Goalkeeper for Valencia, though, so already within the big leagues. Musiala, great dribble. Wonderful. Ooh, Havertz, great. Oh, Gundo, what a ball to Havertz. Where's on the ball? Cruz on the ball. Does he pass the middle start? Brilliant. What was that? Tough, though, obviously. Ndoye getting a yellow. Goulet for the first game. Goulet had a small knock. That's why he was benched, I think. Had a knock in training. Why are Hungary trying to injure McGinn? Probably because he's actually quite important for their team. As far as the question, yesterday you knew that Lukaku was offside because he put in the net. Fair play, Kim. Ooh, Musiala got his pockets picked. Oh, Ndoye. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Great goal. Is that onside or offside? Amazing. Switzerland goal. Fantastic. Well, we've lost our clean sheets, but that's fine. We have people replacing our defenders. Is it VAR? CS wiped? VAR? Yeah, I thought it might have been offside, but I'm not sure. I need to have a look at it again. Let me have a look. I think he looks onside. Ooh. Ooh, looks offside, right? Looks a little bit offside. I don't know, actually. Seems. Oof. It's a goal. They gave it. Yeah, I think that's fair. Oh my God, that was almost 2 goals. That's crazy. You know, the problem with this result though is that it's well, it's not necessarily worse for Scotland or Hungary, but great chance though. Oh, we got a free kick for Sobo. Switzerland playing really well, defending really well in spaces, and then just collapsing to counter really well, with Ndoye being that sort of fast outlet. It's nice. Embolo, Ta. Ooh, ooh, foul from Ta, right? Surely that looks like a foul. I don't know. All right, let's watch the Sobo free kick without the spoilers. Come on, please, Sobo. Please, Sobo. Oh, it's way too far out, but if anyone can do it, it's my captain, right? uh, please, Master Sobo. All I ask is a banger. No bangers allowed, apparently. Fine. We'll take a corner, maybe. You know what's nice is that if Germany are chasing the game, it's more than likely actually that Havertz will stay on the pitch, and it means that maybe Musiala and Gundo could be substitutions instead. Now, this is obviously still very early signs. Germany can still score, and and maybe they've even scored already. No, but something to think about for sure. A lot of things being thrown at Cruz. Ah, terrible. Ndoye on the ball. No, he's lost it. Oh, I think that's a ball recovery from Middlestad. Hungary, what? Merk Kirkis, what was that? That was a push from Ndoye, though. Oh, and a kick of the feet as well. How does he trip himself? Are the commentators blind? trips himself up. What are they saying? All right, fine, never mind. Double German defense over. Yeah, it's over, but it's fine. It was a close offside call. Evening to you, James. Switzerland top in the group. That's great. Not blind, just stupid. Yeah. Well, true. Hungary getting a little bit more control of the ball in the other game, which is very nice. I'm still panic watching Germany a little bit, so they don't. Okay, Sobo did a little bit of a ball feint. Sobo's in the box. Oh, God, and they didn't. Yeah, Salah just takes a bit of a pot shot, but it's fine. Is Rodriguez off? I don't mind. Sorry, I'm just quick. I'm switching between both screens. You know, hard work today. A lot of multitasking. Blind leading the dumb. That's stupid. I mean, part of the reason why I've sort of bet on the German defense is because I just don't, as in against the German offense, is just because I wanted to take a, because I know already, like in terms of my rank, I'd like to get a much higher rank. So if there's a chance where I can take a punt against the field, right, the field of play where a lot of people are just going German mids anyways, kind of wanted to do that. Whereas with German defense, it's not like I necessarily liked any other defenders. Although I suppose I could have obviously gone, if I was a little bit more sure of the Portuguese defenders, then maybe I could have done that actually. I guess I could have thought about, for example, like Dallo. That probably would have been the wise choice. Oh, Gundo in a good spot. Not a great clearance. Not a great clearance either. But yeah, nice to see Hungary a little bit on the ball and not losing it within 2 seconds. So that's a nice little start for us in terms of easing back into the game. Nice. Sobo's on the ball. Sobo wastes it. I think that's a foul, no? Ooh. Switzerland have overcommitted a little bit. Kimmich is in space. Mittelstadt. Just shoot that, my friend. Oh, no, Mittelstadt. Why'd you do that? I would like to see one Tony Cruz banger. Is that too much to ask for, personally? Within this tournament? Sobo man of the match. Yep, he's done nothing but man of the match for sure as well. I agree. 100%. What a player. The amount of summer faces when he's potentially the only fraud in Switzerland in this game. If he wasn't saved by a foul. Ooh. Head collision. Looks really bad. Is that a yellow card for Jonathan Tah? That's a W for me for no longer having Tah, I guess, right? Oh, Jonathan Tah's going to be out. Oh, well, that's huge for Germany. He's going to be out for the first game. Adios, Jonathan Tah. Ooh, that's a crazy foul, though. that foot is literally, I don't know. That's like that's some WWE stuff right there. I'm really hate watching. Hey, sorry. Hey, fantasy football games, right, is about looking at the people that you don't have in your team and laughing when they don't do very well. Otherwise, you're just not going to enjoy the game. So I can say to a friend of mine, hey, I think you've got a great team. But secretly, I'm looking at that team thinking, this player has this player. I hope this player does poorly. That's what everyone thinks. Middle's getting subbed out early because he's on a yellow too. I don't know, though. Nagelsmann sort of downplayed the narratives. But we'll see. I think Middlestat is such a clear upgrade over Rom for Nagelsmann, so we'll see. Goal still looks offside to me. Are you talking about the Andoya goal? Do I think Raya starts? I honestly think it's a bit suspicious because I don't know. We saw a training photo of Raya not within the Spanish B team today, so I'm not sure anymore. I think it might be Ramiro actually, but I'd say 50-50 both. Who does Group A second place face? It says Group C second place, but that seems too easy. Oh, the Swiss goal. But I think Lars, it's because you're looking at the chest angle, right? But actually, Ta his I think in the replay, if you look at Ta's foot positioning, his I think it's his I think he extends his right or left foot to try and stop the cross, and that's what makes the other player onside. So actually, if Ta sort of didn't extend or overextend his foot, like yeah, it probably would have been an offside, but actually, it wasn't. Oh, Kimmich, nice. That's that's worse. Why do people say Kimmich? The foot was shown in the VAR image. Yeah, exactly. Um, runner up Group A faces runner up Group B. Oh, super high foot from Scotland. Sobbo in a good position, guys. I won't say anything. Sobbo in a great position. No spoilers as well. I'm not looking at chat until this free kick's been taken. But maybe you guys would have already known. So maybe you do know what's going to happen. Gundo driving at the ball. 40 minutes without a German goal. We love this game here. Ooh, Gundo on the ball. Wirtz on the ball. Wirtz still on the ball. Andrik to Middlestad. My goat. Andrik, another shot. No. Gundo passing to the Swiss defender. We love to see that. Ooh. Germany draw a corner for Master Cruz. Oh, they play it fast. Ooh, Musiala, does he have a shot? Oh my god, Musiala's got insane dribbling techers. Rudiger says he doesn't want to score any goals this morning except for the ones inside his own net. Sobbo! No, we got a crossbar! Oh, no. Is it offside? Ah. Nah. No, we were offside. It's fine. I overreacted. I apologize. I overreacted. Oh, terrible. Terrible this game. Depression. Yep, we can go back, check ourselves back into the mental institution. Nope, that's not Musiala in great space. Oh my god, Musiala. Thank God. Thank God Musiala messed that up because I had a panic attack there, Musiala. Please calm down. But yeah, no. I mean, I'm fortunate to not be depressed, so apologies about the joke I just made. It wasn't actually that funny. But we would have liked a goal though. Sobel goal would be a definite man of the match. Unlucky you've got Robertson. Oh, you got Robertson. Awesome. Sorry, I actually missed that, Tiggy. I think you might have meant I asked you earlier, so nice to see that you've got Robbo. Is Robbo a defender in this game, or is he like classed as a midfielder? I scared me. I'm sorry, guys. Emotional damage. Apologies. That's been hanging around Nunez too much. Fair play. Yep, Nunez and the woodwork. An iconic duo, of course. Tale as old as time. Definite game. Sweet. Yeah, that would be nice. Because obviously it's basically Robbo advanced compared to what he is at club level. Now, obviously his club is a much more attacking team than Scotland for the most part. But yeah, nice that obviously he's on set pieces as well. Mittelstadt in a great position, please. Woo! I think Mittelstadt's playing so well, man of the match, even though he's conceded. Thoughts? German fan waving to us. He's putting a thumbs up because Musiala hasn't scored. I know because I asked him. Scotland beat Liverpool, I think. Connor, you'd say that, of course, with your club badge. But let's be serious here. Let's be absolutely serious for 1 second. There is no chance. Came here to say go Switzerland. Awesome, Rob. Go. I'm backing Switzerland as well. I've already lost my clean sheet, so I don't really care. If you guys keep the result the same, I'm the happiest man you'll find. The pitch is has been pretty torn up though. Just looked at a close-up shot actually. Ooh. Oh, Hungary close. Is that a foul? Is that a yellow for diving? I don't know actually. Oh, we'll see what happens. Wirtz is on the ball. Passes to Gundo. Passes to Kimmich. Passes to Musiala, maybe? Or does he pass to Kroos? Okay, yeah, nice. Woof. Almost scared me there, Kroos. Don't try to pass, please. Ooh. Okay, I don't think there's anything in there in the Hungary thing. Hungarian player got a yellow. Schaefer, that is. Ooh. Mittelstadt. Best player on the pitch. Low key though. Please don't do that, Musiala. Please don't. Please, Musiala. Please, Musiala. Please calm down. Oh God, Musiala is really scaring me here. This guy is just dribbling through everything. I don't think it's a dive necessarily, to be honest, from the Hungarian thing. It's just I'm not sure if it's a dive. I think it's just because he goes into the challenge late. So you're a Blackburn fan, so you cannot say anything. Fair. Albania beats Man U any day. They could actually. Scotland are so physical. Didn't really work out versus the less physical Germany though, right? I don't know if physical wins football matches. Also, I mean, come on, Spain winning 3 international tournaments in a row. I don't think they were very physical. He stamped on him. Yeah, exactly. There was a follow through, wasn't it, for leaning late. If Hungary can keep a clean sheet, would be great. Oh, you've got Orban. Orban actually almost scored an offside goal. So if that makes you feel any better, we were almost there. The Willie Orban offside goal. Oh my God, great ball recovery from Sobo. That's exactly what I want my captain to do. Great job. Ooh. Okay, Hungary on the ball. Sobo in space. Sobo in space. Anybody want to pass? Why don't you pass to Sobo? Oh, Sobo's just left a sledgehammer and it's gone to Mars. Oh, fine. Is that half time? Anybody seeing half time as well? Musiala's still looking incredible, so I'm going to be worried about him for the rest of my life. But, dare I say, I won't say it. I won't say it. It's looking good. It's looking good. No, I won't say it. Please don't tell me Germany have scored. Now, you guys are ahead. You guys are spoilers. You have Bola from Hungary, so you'll gladly take that. Oh, why has everybody just jumped on the Hungary CS? We all really believe Scotland's the worst international football team in history, huh? I don't know about that. But it's been a good game of 2 halves so far. And Switzerland lead the group. And we're going to play some bingo. Most importantly, let's play some bingo. Football bingo. Totally misspelled football, but it's fine. We move. Let's start with the Euros, because obviously that's what we're doing here. We have survived halftime of Musiala and Gundo. All right, I think we're gonna get started. 10 people is a good solid number. 11 actually. So let's get started. Football bingo. I've run out of water, so I'm very tired. Spain, Lienhard. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to take an executive miss on that. I don't see England, right? Don't see any other English club. Oh my god, I didn't go Mikel Merino for Sociedad. I have already messed up. Castagna, Vargas, Hungary, Magnan. Oh, I don't see it. Endoya, Swiss, Illich. Not sure actually. Rabiot. Joao Cancelo. It's looking depressing here. I wonder if he played in Benfica beforehand, but I'm honestly not quite sure about that one. Edri. This is depressing. Lenormand. There we go. Jakub Moder. Polish. Dean Hendo. Lovrich. I'm not sure. I don't know. Does Samba play for Nice? Probably a bad pick, but whatever. Where does Vlasic play nowadays? Luka Jovic. Oh, we ruined it. All right, I've been cooked. Well done, Castiles, on that one. Need to see where Illich actually plays. Illich plays for Torino, but he also played for... No, not too worried about. What should I go for? Bryce Samba, actually, to check that. Marseille. Okay, fine. And need to see the Leverkusen squad, actually. See who else plays for them. Oh, I missed Andrick, actually. My bad. Fair play. All right, let's do another one. Let's do global. Has anyone been watching Copa America actually so far? I don't think Musiala is having a bad game at all, and I do think it actually was a foul though. Actually, I don't know if the link is correct, so I'm gonna post the link again. Apologies. I unironically think the most dangerous attacker has actually been Mittelstadt or Musiala still. Um, what's way more edgy than the Euros? Copa America. I mean, Copa America has crazy fouls, crazy amounts of fouls. USA tomorrow. We'll watch that. Do you actually support USA or how does that work? I guess you support Romania and USA or All right, that's a good representation here in the chat. So let's go 16 people. Watch debut match. That was the Chile game. There. Yeah. Basically, referees just let anything go. Goretzka. Hmm. Right. After the brain lag, that was the start of that. I don't know who Will Tort is. Shaw Pedro. Okay. Lucio. I don't know if he's a. He's not a World Cup winner, is he? I'm not sure. John Terry. Would he have been a Lukaku teammate? I don't think so, right? I don't see it. Rebic. Where did he play before AC Milan? I'm not sure, actually. Patrick Bamford. Zapata. Would he have been a teammate of Lukaku? I don't think so. Chouameni. I don't know if Pogba ever played for Roma, but I'll just take a guess there. KL. That was awful. Shocking. Oh, Bernard Silva didn't win the Euros. Oh, okay. Messed up. Wait, Zamorano. Oh, of course I messed up. I think it's actually Chilean, right? That's my bad. Completely my bad. 0 points other than being on the pitch. Fair play. Anka says 1 Romania, 2 England, 3 USA for support in that order. Fair enough. Yeah, your mix of all three. Yeah, look, I mean, I could say there'd be a mix, but Hong Kong, unfortunately, just completely irrelevant when it comes to football. So, yeah. Let's do English League. I don't think I've gotten battered by global that much. Triple Germany not going good. Well, my double Germany is not going that good either, so. I've got 2 points for my captain. Ha ha ha. And 0 Middlestat ball recoveries. Very nice. What is the rank in my own league? I don't know. I haven't checked actually. Let's have a look. Excuse me. Leagues. Oh, literally 2,200. So like halfway, like literally top 50%. Awful. But hopefully we can do better. Middle side at one ball recovery. I think he did, but I don't know. The ball recovery counting is straight weird. USA tonight. I get that. All right, let's get started with the old England League, where I expect to do absolutely nothing. Mr. Tony, Ethan Pinnock. Oh my, all right, I've messed up. Have I seen a Copa America winner? I must have messed up. I was awful, wasn't it, guys? I'm sure someone will outscore me eventually, but I was all pretty poor. Football's back as well, so we'll have to go back to the football. Um, oh, just barely holding on to my lead. Do we have a dub? Oh, we've lost. Well done, Zaha. All right, back to the football then. Third in the end, so well done, Tony, as well. Slow and steady. Well done. All right, so back to two football matches at one time. Back to 45 minutes of panic attacks watching Musiala bowl. Wait, that means if Switzerland come out first, that's so good for Spain. Oh, okay, I'm cheering for Switzerland. I totally forgot about that. We're cheering for Switzerland today. 100% we're cheering for Switzerland. And number one Switzerland fan on the planet right now. Totally forgot about that. Has anyone watched the Gaz interview? The rest is football. So funny. I haven't seen it actually. Overranked the moment. Nice, Luis. Well done. Walk in the park. Use Tony. Your computer froze mid game. Who will be the next captain if Sobo doesn't score? Grimaldo potentially. Quarterfinal for Switzerland. Hey, we have to beat our opponent first in round of 16, but that it's looking good for us. That's all I'm gonna say. It's looking good for us. Please, Switzerland. Number one Switzerland fan in the house. Oof. Sob on a good spot. Flick on. Terrible if hungry. And Bola looking good though. Just in general. I love that gold kit from the referee, honestly. I have to buy that myself. Just kidding. Hungary are definitely on a lot of chances. Sobo as well. Was that offside? McTominay on a yellow card. Fair. Anytime like now, Sobo, if you'd like to do something, my friend. Oh my god, what a pass from Wirtz. Great save. And Gundo clanks it. Let's go. What a pass from Wirtz. What a pass. Oh, that's brilliant. That's a brilliant ball. Maybe Gundo could have laid it off. I don't know. Mitchell start on the ball. Well done from Kimmich. Middle start. Terrible frantic. Great ball. Oof. Nice. Words on the ball. Still a little bit static from Germany though, which is nice. Ugh. Great recovery from Sobo. We're cheering for ball recoveries now. That's what we've gone back to. Great touch from Havertz. Cruz banger. Oh, shame. Sub on the ball. Sub on the ball. Sub on the ball. Sobo, please. Something. Sobo that. Okay, I don't know how that worked, but it worked. Oh. Is that a penalty? Please. Can I reach? Nah, it's not a penalty. Some early time wasting from Switzerland. Switzerland. What was that? New city. Sobo, big chance. Ika's man of the match. Yep. Why not take Olmo or Asawa captain instead? What do you mean? They're going to be my captain tomorrow. You think oh, you mean like over Grimaldo? I don't. To be honest, I just think Grimaldo has a lot of chances to goals and assists for us because I'm assuming that he'll be on a lot of set pieces tomorrow. That's all. Well, a lot of German players getting warmed up. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Henriks as well. Henriks get warming up. Sane warming up. Okay, okay. What was that? Ndoye. Oof. Well done, Switzerland paying out the back there. Nice. That's incredible. Wow, I'm actually so impressed by them. That's manhandling. Oh, that could be a red. I don't know, to be honest. Maybe not, but hey. #1 Switzerland fan in the house, though. You've heard it here first. Which captain am I going to pick? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't think Musiala will get subbed off early, personally. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see. I think Wirtz has played well today. That is worth mentioning. There's nothing in that. Terrible from Kimmich. Terrible from Ricardo Rodriguez. Does Havertz find time to slip that? What a tackle! Whoa, Maldini! Oh, what a tackle. All right, let's go. I love a slide tackle. Unfortunately, he didn't get the ball back, but it still looked great. And that's what it's all about. Looking great. Maybe a Kanji man of the match. I'm all right for the one tackle. Yeah. All right, Kroos. Any chance Kroos can get an assist after 10,000 corners? The answer is no. Oh, Musiala, please do not. Please, Musiala. Please calm down, Musiala. Please calm down, Musiala. Thank you. Well done, Hungary. Hungary have just got it out. Sobo's on the ball. Sobo, I was awful. Pretty lazy, to be honest, but... Schlotterbeck and Raum? Okay. Goodbye, Mittelstadt. I'll miss you, Mittelstadt. I guess Tar will be subbed off at this point. If it's like for like. Ooh. Sommer lets it go. And Ndoye gets the ball. Tar's running. Great. Terrible pass. Ooh. Switzerland just looks so good, honestly. Just look great. Some substitutions for Hungary now. Kimmich's cross. Slightly over peppered. Ooh, Wirtz. Nice. Oh. Oh. That's awful. I wonder if we see... Ndoye, what can he do? Whew, what a sprint. Oh, there was so much space for that pass. Oh. Oh my god, Sabo. Can we just get onto one ball? So that's Tar for Schlotterbeck. And middle start off. Definitely more of a yellow card stuff for Middleside. I don't think he's been bad at all today. But with Tar, I don't know. I think he's probably put himself at risk. Even the second tackle probably made it seem like they probably wanted to let him go. Schlotterbeck is going to be interesting, though. Obviously, ball recovery is going to be really nice with him. But I don't see him playing potentially beyond the first game, I suppose. So maybe he'll just lose his spot. Keep making a great spot. Great tackle. Hungary in a good spot now. Good little cross from Kirkes. And we have a corner. We have a corner. Boom, what a tackle. Dalston taking a blow to the head. Oof. Tony Cruz, any thoughts on a goal, my friend, from a corner? No, never. It's not happening. Ever. From an assist, sorry, not a goal. Although I think I have seen a Tony Cruz corner goal. Hungary, close. Rome going to take a shot. Interesting. Give me a Hungary penalty, please. That's all I ask. Oop, Hungary with a good chance. Ooh, someone a great spot, please. Oh, nah. Way too behind him. Oof. I wonder if we see any other German subs. Vargas coming on for Switzerland. I think it makes sense. Obviously, Mbolo is always a little bit of a sort of fitness risk in terms of, more minutes than 60 really. And he's been involved in some of the games as well, so interesting. Max Byron, nice. Very likely we'll see all these German players play the full match then, I guess. If we're going to see a Max Bayer change for Andrik. Sobo. Overcooked by Musiala. How is that a foul? All right, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he got a touch on it. Sobo with a decent free kick opportunity. I'm begging, Sobo. I'm absolutely begging. I don't understand. Isn't Musiala just diving? Ah, okay, I see. Yep. Never mind, that's a good spot from the ref. My bad. Sobo indirect free kick. Oh. Bad injury. Am I missing something? Oh, I just saw it. Are you talking about Hungary game? Oh God, oh God, that looks pretty bad. God. Oh God, oh God. Oh God. Oof. God. Yeah, that's really, really not a good one. Mbappe starting. Who said that? Sorry. Yeah, I hope he's okay. Uh, is Sob on 8? Is he on 8 points? I mean, yeah, we might consider keeping him, but what am I using wild card? Match day 5, most likely. Injury from the Hungry game still rather awful, unfortunately. I'm Dooney on the ball. Oh God, a lot of people around. It's a bad injury. Oh God. I don't know. Do you guys think the game will be? I mean, it could be suspended as well. To be honest, this match. That's. I think that's you know protocol as well. But we'll cast our eyes towards the German game fully now, and then we'll let the situation resolve itself with unfortunately the Hungary game, which, as I said, doesn't look good at all. Oh God, I don't know why they're showing the replay of it, to be honest, but I guess it's because of the penalty situation or whatever. Musiala, good pass. Nothing to it. Not the best ball there from Shaka. Yeah, mood understandably a little bit poor, but we're just gonna have to hope for the best in the Hungary game. And meanwhile, I continue to not cheer for a German goal, which was almost scored. Whew. I don't think it's a penalty, but I don't know. I mean, Germany, what they do in the box apparently doesn't matter. I'm not sure if it's holding that much, really. It's just, I think it's just defending, really. No, I think it's just defending. Sorry. I don't think, yeah, I don't think it's that aggressive, personally. We'll see. Check over. No penalty. Yeah. That's what I thought. I don't know. This Germany is usually a little bit more hard on it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as that goes on with Hungary, I think we could see something very similar, to be honest, with unfortunately, if you guys remember the previous Denmark match, with the Ericsson incident, we could just see the game just being replayed. I think so. Yeah. Because obviously, I think, as a Hungary player, you just got to understand that there's a very high chance they don't want to play on, which is more than acceptable. Yeah, yeah, it's not good. And obviously, the Hungarian team sort of, built a wall around their player, and we'll see what happens. But I don't know. Seems like the match is going on. I don't have audio on the Hungary game. Don't necessarily want to tune in, but we'll see what happens. Seems like it's going on. I really don't know, to be honest. Where it's completely just outnumbered. Honestly, Switzerland are just incredible to game, but wow, just wow, wow, wow. Adams coming on for Hungary. Cool. Ooh, great ball from Amdouni. Oh, they should have passed it first time to the left. Great. He's in space. Okay, yeah, too much for Amdouni there. A little bit of an overcooking, if I'm being honest. So the Hungary game seems to have continued. We obviously had 2 subs as well. Duo with a pretty mishit shot, but the turf looks completely eaten up from that. And I guess the check was over for the Hungary game too. So full Sane, I think we could very well see Wirtz and Gundo come off, because in my opinion, if Germany's chasing the game, you really have to think that it's quite important that they're chasing with. But then they've already got Bayer as well, so I don't know. It might just be Havertz and Wirtz, to be honest. Yeah, I think Gundo stays on. Adam gets the ball. Great from Adam. Ooh, Adam. Is he in Sobo? Sobo? Oh, Sobo. It's a little too much. Close though. Good little neat interaction from Sobo and Adam. But Adam, I think, probably was offside. Oh, handball as well. Switzerland on the breakaway. Duo, of course. Switzerland have just been incredible to the game, but I'm gonna have to watch for another 15 minutes with my eyes closed, basically, because Germany's still very threatening for the most part. Ooh, for me, that's a foul from Gundo. Give him a yellow. Come on, ref. Oh, ref. Why are you doing that? Musiala off. Sorry. Hallelujah. Ref has Gundo as captain. Musiala. Adios, mi amigo. It's fine. Gundo's less owned, so some of the threats are gone. Mostly Musiala threat is gone. Come on, big Sobo. Big Sobo still on the field. Minutes. Big sobs. Hungary need a win. Yeah, they absolutely do need a win. Right, back to watching football because I was just checking my group chats, seeing what's going on and all. Um, it's back to Sobo watching time. Who he's playing deep right mid. Please do something, my friend. Big fan. Big fan of points. Sobo moving a little bit into centre mid. Brilliant. All I'm asking for Sobo is just a screamer. That's all. He's trying too much of this no-look passing stuff. Can you just play some simple passes and advance the ball? It's What are you doing, Dua? Dua really thought Amdouni was the flash there. What was Armstrong doing there? Not football, that's all. Oh, okay. I mean, Hungary are for the most part, I think, much more dominant the ball in the second half, which is nice to see. But if Sobo can do less of the highlight reel stuff and more of the goals and assist stuff in football, that'll be nice. I don't need disguised passes and aura. I just need action. Clear pen. Did I miss something? No penalty for Scotland. Are you talking about the Armstrong interaction? I actually thought that wasn't a pen, but I could be biased. Sobel told me he'll score for you. Fair play, fair play. I agree with Luke entirely. He created contact exactly. I think he just sold that. And it was actually pretty poor from him, too. The drop-off from Rom to Middlestad is something different. I can't lie. Ooh. I love this ref as well. Just doesn't believe the no-cells. Rom. Ooh, that's a foul. Now we only really need to survive Gundo. But Switzerland have been a good team, as expected, and I'm glad they have been. So, life continues. Oof, another great chance from Scotland. Bit of a weird game, to be honest. Like, no real chances. Hungary just trying to just cross the ball in. Nothing in open play, really, seriously. Substantially good. Kroos, shot on target. Fair play. Not great from Sané. I can't lie. The drop off from Sané since his Man City days has to be studied. I actually think one of the few players who peaked early on somehow. Scotland GK knocked. Yeah, look, we saw that interaction with Varga and it wasn't great. But I don't know. I don't know how VAR decided because I actually don't have the commentary on for the Hungary game. But it was nasty and I don't really want to look at the replay again, to be quite honest. Isn't Rom on the field? All right, fair enough. I am so excited for Switzerland winning, though, as a Spanish fan. Although I have to be honest, Switzerland do look quite good. Another corner for Germany. Nice from Adam. Gets the ball. Sober, please, just get up there, my man. Please, I'm begging you. Ooh, is that a corner? Nope. I love how there must be so many Shaqiri shirts, but he's not even playing that much football for Switzerland. Although, at the same time, within the what 60 minutes he's played, he scored an all-time international screamer. So, fair enough. Oh, Switzerland have a great chance, but I think he's offside. I think Vargas is offside, right? Am I wrong? He looks offside. I kind of wish Hungary would just shoot sometimes. A lot of it's just crossing, but it's not that neat. And I think he's offside. Yeah, I don't even need to see the replay for Vargas. Yeah, it was offside. That was pretty obvious. Shakira. Scotland and Hungary looking like they're both going out with a draw. It seems like it. I think it's one of those situations where you don't think that you have that much to fight for, but I don't know. Someone needs to take it into his own hands and blast it. Yeah, he needs to blast it from Mars. I'll take the 8 points from Orban. That's incredible, Anka. Well done. You've cooked a meal, as some would say. Five balls recovered from Sobo. So one more, and we've actually got 5 points, which is actually not too bad. Haver, oof. Very, 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 very close. $14 from Kirkus? How's he? Is that captaincy included? Yeah, I'd probably consider twisting that, to be honest. But at the same time, I can understand people not wanting to. But I don't know, 7 points. I'm just gonna swap that. There must be a lot of extra time in the Hungary game, though. No. Great tackle. You know what? turning on the Hungarian commentary has just made me realize how much I don't like one-sided commentary. Clean sheet back to Robertson. Huge differential. Well done there. I just need one more clean sheet backed for the beautiful Swiss lads. And I'm looking forward to now Spain, where a lot of the people asking me about no Musiala, no Gundo will have to answer. I'm just kidding. Oof. It's a great shot from Schaefer and a good stop from Gunn as well. Olmo will be on fire. I hope so. Hungary, yeah, extra time makes sense. Who's likely to get man of match in the Germany game? I think probably Ndoye, honestly, just for scoring the goal. I thought it was a big chance. Begging for a Germany no goal, personally. Nice from Kroos. Havertz. It's gone out. Hungary. Adams in space. To Sobo. Sobo! Why? I've been gunned down, so to speak. Terrible commentary for me. Terrible commentary. Oh, we almost scored 2 goals in succession. Akanji man of the match for Aura, 100%. Akanji Aura man of the match is coming. You know it. I don't know. Honestly, I thought Freuler's been good. A lot of players for both, like, as in, a lot of Swiss players just did a lot of dirty work, if that makes sense. But, you know, if we end up seeing something like Granit Xhaka man of the match, I'm officially retiring from football. Hungary have all scored. They've all scored 3 goals in the last 2 minutes. Where was this the whole game? Oh my. Did Fulkrug score? No. I need to watch it now. I need to watch it. Has Gundo got an assist? Someone said Fulkrug in a chat, and I'm worried now. Please tell me. Please tell me nothing happened. I'm worried. Oh. Oh no. Now we have to face Germany. I'm sad. I'm sad man. David Rome assist. David Rome, left back. Fulkrug goal. The app actually has a pretty good animation. That's pretty cool. And that's all Germany need. All Germany need is a draw, and they got it. Fulkrug, huge. Mate, we've got the entire Spanish 11 who will hopefully absolutely destroy them. Those are my thoughts. Nah, that's fine. I got you there. I need one Sobo ball recovery since he decided not to score. Oh, we did get the ball recovery. Okay, we were on 5 points from Sobo. I think we might have to take that potentially, but we'll see how it goes. Nah, I'm not keeping 5 points captain at all. We are twisting 100%. Sobo's on 5 points, but who knows? They might take the ball recovery away. Your app reduced it to 4? Oh, no. Let me have a look. Oh, you're right. It's actually been reduced. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right, I guess. I don't think Sobo man of the match is a possibility. Oh, you might be right. Might be right, actually. Who do you guys think actually deserves the Switzerland man of the match? I don't really know, to be honest. I think it was a pretty balanced game. I wouldn't really give it to a German player, though. I'm not sure. Your Varga punt didn't work out? Nah, sorry to hear that. Come on, Scotland, please score. Oh my god, and Scotland just missed a sitter of a chance. Yeah, it is finished in Frankfurt. And we're going to now listen to the Scottish commentary, which I don't really want to do, but, here we are. I actually think it's a pretty tough man of the match to pick for the Germany game. So I might just give it to the leading goal scorer who actually had a pretty active contribution in the game, which is Ndoye for me. But I can understand other options. Scotland have been... This game is just turnovers. And still nothing. Expect Fargo to get man of the match? You mean from the Hungary game? I don't think they... Well, I don't know. I mean, not really to comment on it, but I don't think that really makes sense personally still. You might have to give it to the Hungarian keeper. He's made a fair bit of saves. Even Gunn has made quite a fair few saves. It's been a bad game, to be honest, in terms of like quality of shots and stuff. You're so lucky you didn't triple up on German. I still had double German though. I actually went Mittelstadt in the end, so it's not going extremely well for my team, but hey, it's fine. I don't mind it. I just wanted to back Spain, Spain offense, as opposed to back German offense, which everyone kind of owns already, so I don't really care. I can't really see the man of the match being given yet for the German game. Maybe that's going to change in a moment. Is that a Scotland goal? All right, I need to watch that. Hungary goal? I need to watch that. All right. I don't want to get spoiled, so I just want to see what happens. Hungary goal from this angle. I'm literally still in the Scotland box, or the Hungarian box. Oh, it goes to the right winger. Oh, that's a great. Is that a goal? Sobo? Sobo missed it, right? That's a great Hungary goal. Tough. That's unfortunate for Scotland. Oof. I don't think Sobo touched it. You think he touched it? I hope he touched it. Is it offside? Oh, the pass to the... Oh, that could be offside, yeah. Is he offside? He could be offside. I think you're right, actually. Looks offside. I don't know. Sobo doesn't touch it. Sobo definitely didn't touch it. It was close, though. Is that confirmed a goal? And that's full time as well? That's a goal. That's a goal. Did we even get Sobo 5 points in the end? We didn't even get Sobo 5 points. Depression. Fine. I think fair. Who's actually getting player of the match in these in the other game? Still hasn't come out yet. Maybe they're trying to do double player of the match at the same time. That's incredible. I don't know if Sobo gets man of the match, my friends. To be fair, Notion vids, it's not like Wirtz and Havertz scored, so I think we're fine, right? You know, compared to, for example, Matchday 1. You know, I'd take that personally. It still gives Hungary a small sliver of a chance, right? I can't see man of the matches. Sobo's a slow bro. It's a good little Pokemon joke. He created that one chance. That's funny. You might just be we might just be reaching, but who knows? We can touch down with the Sobo captaincy. At least you got your clean sheet, right, Tiggy? That's nice. That's amazing. Yeah, 7 points is huge. 7 points is basically more than my entire team has scored, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, Grant Hanley looks like an art piece, unfortunately. Sobo likes touching the ball. Okay, interesting. It usually takes a lot earlier to pick man of the match, but I really don't know what the situation is. It doesn't seem like they've come up with man of the match yet. as far as I can see. Could be Tony Cruz, but at the same time, I feel like if you were down for like 80 minutes, right? 85 more even. I'm not sure if you can really say that you're man of the match. I think you have to sort of give a little bit of credit to Switzerland's control of the game as the defensive team. But I don't know. I'm still checking the live app, trying to get some updates, although we have none. But we'll see what happens. You left a bit early. I didn't have Musiala in the end. At one point I did. Then at one point I decided, gut feeling, I don't want to have the same team as everyone else. So I just went for, I've got double Spain. I've got Olmo. I've got Oyarzabal. Let's cook and see what happens. Could be Salah man of the match. Who am I captaining tomorrow? I really don't know. I might go Grimaldo. I might go Olmo. I might go Oyarzabal. Let's just see. I want to see what the lineups are first, because obviously if I get the lineups, I'm more confident in a midfielder. Still can't see man of the match. You saw the man of the match. I still can't see Soboth. I haven't seen the man of the match yet. Go for him. You went for Olmo, no German in your team. You're more brave than me, Tiggy. So I wish I followed in your suit, to be quite honest, but didn't land on there. Are either man of the match? I couldn't. I've still not been able to see the man of the matches. Unfortunately, must have been a hard watch in the German game, and then obviously the Hungary game ended a little bit later, so I can Hungary. All right, Ariane. Just gonna have to. These jokes are getting worse and worse, so not even gonna repeat that one. It's poor. I don't know who the man of matches are. I guess I'll. Oh, we got man of the match, Granit Xhaka. How? I just do not understand. I do not understand. I don't know what he did that game that was so special. Mental to me. Fine. And Salah man of the match as well. That was truly a very interesting man of the match decision. Oh, mate. I don't know about that. I really don't know about Xhaka man of the match. That doesn't make any sense. I thought that was a horrendous man of the match. Very strange, but that's your man of the matches. It's Salah and it's Granit Xhaka. Sorry, I'm sorry. I think I asked this before. If you're, but Olmo, you think should start tomorrow? I think so. Yes. I mean, I have Olmo on my team, so obviously, if I was deliberately picking Olmo, expecting him to not start, then I would be a bit of a joker, right? Why Salah over Sobo? I mean, I think he got the assist there, I suppose. Um, Take care at all. Rest up. See you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the Spanish triple up. I agree, and let's see. It's over. In the nicest way possible, I can imagine you having Xhaka against Germany. What? All right, guys. That's it. I'm exhausted personally. I will be. We will be here for Spain. Um, Nice and rested. I need some sleep now because actually I'm gonna go do some work before even Monday starts. So yeah, I will see you guys after work and hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Otherwise, take care and goodbye. I'll see you guys soon. Take